I know this is kind of the later end of the range for a start, but I'm number one trying to keep I'm trying to like get back on track just in terms of starting on time. And then it's been a little crazy. I started dinner late, but it seems like I think I talked about this before, but my neighbor has a dog which has quite literally barked for hours on end. It's something I did have to talk to the apartment people about. And like, the thing is, I don't want to like. Apparently, it's a rescue, and they're doing crate training and stuff like that. So I don't want to be unreasonable, right? I'd like pets to be a source of joy, but it seems like we're back to this nonsense. It's probably been about an hour at this point. It is a very high pitched yapping, and it's just killing me. Um, so I needed to try and clear my head a little bit. I can actually still hear it through the headphones, so hopefully some of the game audio will go in. But just with that in mind, I was a little on edge, a little, just oh my god, sorry, it just went even louder. But yeah, it's definitely not the ideal state, but obviously keeping things, I don't know, like keeping things later. There's a certain point where you have to start because the neighbors are not gonna fix their own stuff. Yeah, it is what it is, Brettis. Like I need to, I think probably honestly just work on the professionalism side of things, right? Like start when I say I'm going to start. There's always going to be something that gets in the way, and just try and run through it. But I don't know. I'm feeling a little cloudy already. So just the on the margin, that sort of stuff messes around. But I am looking forward to some Old World, and we will jump back in and do our best given the circumstances. I actually, I think as I had mentioned before, I wanted to do some of the scenarios on my own. Mostly just I'm a bit obsessive with the with seeing little check marks. We did Babylonia the Able, I guess, the last two streams. I completed Egypt the Just. I am currently working on Persia the Good. That one actually I've gotten a bit of a stumble with, which is funny because I think I normally wind up playing the Noble. But yeah, it's actually been a while since I played the game with. Ooh. I am glad I didn't have one of the copyrighted songs. But yeah, it'd been a while since I played the game with this off, and man, this is a totally different game when you have the whole soundtrack enabled. Like, the game is wonderful on its own in the streaming mode, but I really have to be honest with you. I cannot convey exactly how special this game is. To just have some of the tracks, play at just that right moment. It's just it really is a truly, truly special game. But I mean, again, I don't want that to be a knock on, definitely don't want that to be a knock on the game that you are seeing on here. I just need to stress that there is a whole other experience that sort of by the design, well, not by design, but like by the restrictions of broadcasting, I can't necessarily convey to you. I believe actually in some cases it's just a straight up mute or like a block in some regions. I need to double check that. But anyways, I do want to get just a little bit of a disclaimer out of the way. It's the usual one, but I have been given a key for this from Hooded Horse, which are the publishers of Old World. I did also have a key way back when it was out on Epic. I've actually been a fan of this game for quite some time, but I will say one of the things that did enable me to play it quite a bit more regularly was the inclusion of that streamer mode. So with that in mind, I'm a very big fan of Old World, a very big fan of Mohawk. Mohawk themselves as developers. If you've not checked out their other game, they do Off-World Trading Company. With all of that in mind, we do live in the age of the influencer, where sometimes people will say things because they've been paid to say those things, and they say them as if they are their own ideas. So I very strongly and enthusiastically recommend Old World. But it would be good also to mention that I have been given a thing of value, Old World and its DLC from the publisher Hooded Horse, and then of course the base game in the case of Mohawk. But it's probably just better I refer to the version that I'm playing. So was given a copy of that from the publisher for promotional purposes here. They haven't asked me to say that the game is great. I say that willingly and frequently, but you do want to disclose those kinds of interests rather conspicuously at the front. So now I had been doing the learn by playing number one, as Bredis puts it, completionism. I did actually. I'm pretty sure I had at least up to Rome the Strong, I had at least the first three. I'm pretty sure. On my old save, but it seems that the cloud will work for Heroes of the Aegean, but not for Rise of Carthage. We've caught up on Rise of Carthage. And yeah, I thought Learn by Playing might have a cloud. Or, I mean, maybe I just didn't do them. Like, that's entirely possible as well. But yeah, one way or the other, I like seeing little check marks beside things. So the plan now, I did do the Learn by Playing just so that I could have an excuse to sort of avoid seizing Destiny. But I can't do that I can do that forever because Old World is very replayable, but I shouldn't do that forever because I'm not going to get better if I don't take on big challenges. So, can you hear that out of curiosity? Like every once in a while, I actually see my audio. I see my audio jump up with the dogs yapping. Okay. It's bad. Like I actually don't know what to do about this. If you can just give me a second, I think I do have to. Like I said, I really want to try and be cool about this, but this is really, like, just the sounds I'm hearing. I'm sort of like, this. Somebody needs to deal with this because I'm not sure this is good for the dog at this point. So I'm just gonna write down some times on things because, like, if this has actually been going on for an hour and I still hear this, later on in the broadcast, that's gotta be dealt with. Okay. Okay, so sorry, I don't mean to draw out the opening. I guess it gives people a chance to come in, but I have read this introduction before. But let's set the mood. 2 decades have barely passed since the previous war, and now Carthage finds itself at war with Rome again. This time, Carthage has an advantage: the great Hannibal Barca, a military commander of skill never seen in history. You may import a save file from completing the previous scenario, Rise of Rome. If you import a save, some of your choices from the previous scenario will be preserved. Family assignment and some city improvements will be carried forward, and you may encounter events related to your actions in the previous scenario. In this scenario, you're fighting a war that historically ended in a total defeat for Carthage. Accordingly, the scenario offers a significant challenge, and some goals may be very tough to complete. Rules for Game 4, Seizing Destiny. Only scenario-specific technologies are available to research. You cannot settle new cities. Some of your cities can build mercenary units, like the Catrati, or Numidian Cavalry. They are quick to build, but cost money. You will remain at war with Rome until the bitter end. You can only anchor near your capital and near Iberia until further notice. Hannibal Barca is a uniquely powerful general. Make good use of his abilities. Complete 6 goals to achieve a bronze victory. Complete 8 goals for a silver victory. If you complete 10 goals, you will earn a gold victory. Complete all the goals to achieve an epic victory. And Britta says, speaking from experience, some dogs truly will not quit and do need to be let out or have someone in the room so that they can calm down. Yeah, I think that's very clear. I think it's very clear this is the kind of dog that we're talking about. I think the problem is that there was about 2 weeks of this. And I think I'd sent something like 3 messages and I talked on the phone, and I basically more or less said what I've said on here, which is, my like, I think it is good that dogs that are, abandoned or otherwise, not taken care of are being given homes. I think it's good that people do that, and as a whole, I think it is good that, like, I would like pets to be a source of joy. But there is also a certain point, like, I can remember there were some nights where I was up very, very late, and I was sort of banking on sleeping in, and just, like, I couldn't, like, it was about 6 hours of sleep, which is, like, 6 hours is not the worst thing in the world, but especially if you've had a couple of, like, really late nights, like, being able to properly have, like, a real sleep is a big deal. So I don't know. It just seems to me, same apartment. They know this is a problem. I've really tried to be as understanding as I can about this. But I am paying the same rent they are. So this is not cool. But like I said, the best I'm just gonna, like, it's really clear what the problem is here, right? Like, they don't have to deal with it when they're not in the building. So, like, they gotta work something, like, whatever it is that's got them staying out at this time, like, they maybe should reconsider that. Don't get a pet if you're just going to abandon it and leave it to freak out in an apartment all day. So, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I really did not want to go to the point of a complaint, but I feel like this has gotta get fixed. Oh no, it definitely, at least historically, they've said that they've been out of the. They said they've been out of the bar. I don't know. Like, this is not good. But you got, like, the worst thing I can do right now is reduce the broadcast down to complaining about it the whole time with you. This is unfortunate. I would rather it not be. I'd rather it not be this way, but it is. So let's get through it. So this one doesn't require a whole lot of we finished Rise of Rome for the first time. We did surprisingly well on it, actually. We didn't get epic, but we did get a gold victory. I'll be honest with you, I'm not expecting a lot on this one. So I think my goal here really is to at least get a bronze. But we'll see where it goes. Again, I'm trying to get my check mark. I mean, my goal here is to get the bronze, but of course I'm going to shoot for the epic. I know we can't see it all the way through to full epics, but we'll do the best that we can. But my weakest point in this by far is the military side. So, part of this is about learning, part of this is about flexing. So this is definitely going to be one of these learning things. You are now known as Hanno the Keystone. You are now known as Hanno the Fountainhead. Seizing destiny. 20 years ago, Carthage fought a costly war against Rome. Neither side could score a decisive victory, and the next 2 decades have not been easy. Carthage has had to deal with mercenary uprisings and political crises, one of which Rome used to annex the Mediterranean islands with no opposition, in blatant violation of our peace treaty. Meanwhile, Carthage has been strengthening its grasp in the western parts of the empire. A year ago, our army under General Hannibal Barca besieged and captured Saguntum in Iberia. While the Carthaginian Senate has not always supported Hannibal Barca, he is clearly an extraordinary man, a military commander whose talents are unmatched now and perhaps in all of history. Hannibal Barca is beloved by his men and would follow him to fight Baal Hamon itself if so ordered. Unwilling to see Carthage grow any stronger, Rome has again declared war on us. Syracuse, led by Hero II the Brilliant, as in the previous war, has pledged to remain at peace with us if we do not attack. The ultimate war for the region begins now. We know Rome fears General Hannibal Barca. Word of his brilliance has reached them, and Hannibal Barca himself has waited since childhood to strike Rome down. Before he can march to victory, Hannibal Barca needs more forces in Iberia. We can hire from the local tribes or reinforce from other parts of our empire. It will be the greatest fighting force in history. As we build this great army up, what else is of importance? We've seen this before. We've started a goal: increase Hannibal's army to Europe. In Europe to 15 units. So interestingly enough, there isn't a timer on this, but I'm going to assume the sooner the better. Okay, let's start by picking a tech. So our options here are a turreted elephant, a ballista ship, Punic phalanx, and alternatively centralized minting. I'm curious about the check mark here almost makes it seem like it's a scenario. Sorry, the barking is really getting to me. So I'm a little weirded out by the trophy because it almost feels like this is a scenario goal. It is also one of these things that goes away if I don't use it. So I do feel a little weird doing it this way, but I am actually going to select this one just because I really feel like if it does wind up being a scenario objective, I'm not going to have the opportunity to repair the damage. Okay. So we are already at war with Rome in this case. It did advise to take advantage of my big fancy general. Hannibal Barca. This African elephant is commanded by Hannibal Barca personally. He is the best weapon we have in our war against Rome. Any unit that Hannibal Barca commands will, by virtue of his military genius, perform much better, and be able to heal and resupply in neutral territory. Adjacent units under Hannibal's command also enjoy better combat performance and healing ability. Hannibal Barca will lead us to victory. So I'm just trying to think, like, maybe one of the things we try and do is stun as much as possible. Although one of the challenges there is that okay, so I kind of have two minds of this. One is to say, So one of the options is just to like let loose with the arrows and try and do as much as we can. To be honest, there's actually not that much damage that we can do. Part of this, I think, has to be maximizing sort of the area that Hannibal has access to. So, for instance, like here's one thing I'm thinking of. It's like, okay, well, do I say nuts to the Roman archers, and we just focus on taking down one of these legionary units, which are going to be pretty tough, Or do I focus on just sort of spreading out the most damage full stop? I kind of feel like going all in on the Legionaries makes the most sense for me right now. Ah, now there's the trick. I can't actually put a unit in here. Well, I mean, I suppose I have a bit of an option like this. Nope, we're still locked down for some reason. I'm gonna lose my mind with this dog. If I do this, it's a pretty heavy hit that I wind up taking here, but... Hostile seas. Our navy, once undefeatable, is now little more than a memory. The peace treaty we signed with Rome after the last war had only allowed us to build a very few ships. There was no question that Rome would send a mass of legions if we attempted to rebuild even a tenth of the navy we once had. We'd still anchor our boats in the vicinity of our capital, where trade ships still pass daily, and in westmost reaches of our empire, around Iberia. However, there is no possibility of anchoring closer to Roman territory, for their naval patrols would notice such an attempt and put an end to it. Perhaps if the war goes in our favor, we will be able to anchor freely again. With a ship selected, hold down control and hover over a tile to see if it will be possible to anchor in that tile. Yeah, that's helpful. I'm not quite sure why it's stuck here like this. Oh my. How many orders do I have left? 13. I think we definitely need to focus on military matters first. Wait a minute. That wasn't Hannibal? Hasdrubal. There we go. All right. So now what I want to do here is just take a look. So looks like Hippo Regius is the one with the highest culture. Okay, so I don't think there's going to be much that we can do, like for our usual works. I do see a little bit of value in sort of pushing everyone forward. I am kind of interested too in just doing whatever sort of chip damage I can do with the ship, although I may come to regret it. I do think there's some sense in anchoring, like just being able to get the free movement of my different units, I think makes sense. Okay. There is something of a strong argument for me to put these investments into the Kothans, just because, like, it's a tricky call, right? Obviously the oh, I'm sorry, Bredist, I wasn't quite focused. So, I don't believe the units get weaker as you take their HP down. I haven't tested like extensively on it, but my feeling is that they don't adjust. So, one example I would give of this would be, we can sort of see -8, -10 here. This unit has less damage to it. That's still 8 and 10. This one hasn't gotten any damage to it. This is still 8 and 10. And there's a few different variations of that argument. But yeah, no, in this case, most of the times I've tested that, it winds up being sort of the same. Now, as far as my stance on this sort of on resetting, like, I genuinely feel that people should be like people should play games the way that gives them the most enjoyment. I do like experimenting with different strategies, and that lends itself towards, doing resets and things like that. And I don't necessarily think there's anything bad with that approach. However, if it becomes a crutch, I do find that that's a really good way to sort of spoil the game for me. And what I'm specifically thinking of with that is, if just trying to think of what a good example would be. Like, if I can just sort of reload every challenge that I run into, then there's the danger that becomes a habit rather than a means of learning. And like, it's a completely, like, it's an honor system thing, right? It's possible to play a game and experiment with strategies through saving and reloading without it becoming sort of this heads I win, tails you lose sort of a routine. I think what was it? I had one of my coworkers, like, he was really gotten into Civ, and then he's got a friend that apparently is really into Civ, and they keep bragging about how they play on, I think it's like Emperor difficulty or whatever. It's not the highest difficulty, but they make a really big deal about how they only play hardcore Civ. But my friend says, he says, like, but they seem to, like, just keep reloading until they find a favorable start. And, like, again, I mean it when I say, if you want to play a game the way, like, if that brings you joy, if that's the most fun way to play Civilization, go ahead, right? Like, it's your experience. But the things that I control, are not always the things that are most aligned with giving me the most fun. Like, sometimes a little bit of pain does actually create a very memorable experience. So, most people who think about Darkest Dungeon or XCOM or something like that, for them, those games stand out because beloved characters wind up dying in really inconvenient and heartbreaking points. Now, if you have the option to reload, there's a type of player that's never going to experience that true loss. And the game will be a lesser experience for it. But it's also true that a lot of people have not played Darkest Dungeon to the end because they don't like the grind. And so, again, like, you're never going to make everybody happy. And my view on this is that generally reloading I like to use that as a way of learning how a game works. I actually reload less because Old World gives me an undo button. But what I try to do, it's a little bit like, I think psychology is doing this more often, but essentially, like, you register your research plan first. You sort of say, okay, I'm going to experiment with this. Okay, that didn't seem to work. I'm going to reload it. Whereas, if it's every single time I suffer a loss and then reload from that, I tend to feel a little bad. And it's mostly just because, to me, it's the fact that I'm unwilling to accept defeat at the computer. At which point that maybe suggests, well, maybe I should just play on a lower difficulty because that seems to be what I enjoy the most. Anyways, I don't know if that answered your question, but that's kind of how I try to navigate something like that. But yeah, I'm thinking for the Kothon maybe, or sorry, for our building options, I'm thinking the Kothon may be what the doctor ordered here. And it's just because the remote location, so, historically we're going to be going, through the north of Italy. Which means if I'm going to be moving units from Africa, like, I'm going to need quite a bit more of a logistical network than I really have right now. And I can definitely see some value in building my navy up again. So with that in mind, some investment in Kothons, particularly in cities where where it's unlikely for me to wind up making some of these military units. I don't know. I'm gonna give it a shot. Now Takape is a bit of a different question, right? Especially because we need to train 6 more units. So let's start with Kitari. Oh, sorry, Kitrati. That's a ranged unit. That's not the most exciting option here. I think the Axeman's the anti-infantry. And then we could try an Onager. Oh, actually, an Onager would not be a bad idea because of the splash damage with all of these. Mind you, it's the one that takes the longest to build. Only by 2, though. Okay, I will add one Onager. So one thing that worries me here is that I don't have a lot of places working on military units. That's my goal right now. Okay. Probably military build. Okay, science and military buildings are the 2 that I probably want to work on the most. This one per adjacent resource. Well, there's really only one adjacent resource. I feel like we can do better here. So I suppose... Whoa! What? That is the sort of thing I would actually be willing to do a reset over, because I was not expecting the elephant to fall so quickly there. Our best force in the war against Rome is commanded by General Hannibal Barca in Iberia. Since our previous war, Rome has become a naval superpower and controls the waters near its own coasts. With patrols throughout the entire sea, Hannibal Barca has heavy equipment, almost no boats in his army, and commands many mercenaries who have never stepped foot on the ship. This means that supply lines are an issue. Hannibal Barca's forces will not be able to embark onto water or to return to Africa. We can and should resupply them, but unless something extraordinary happens, there will be no coming back. Hannibal Barca's brother, General Hasdrubal Barca, is also a capable commander, currently in command of our forces in Africa. Hasdrubal Barca is eager to join his brother, but it may not be wise to leave Africa lightly defended. We should keep expanding the Carthaginian army and carefully decide how many troops can be spared to reinforce General Hannibal Barca. Alright. So definitely we need to kill these legions. So if they want, they could basically kill this unit. That's an unexpected bonus. Now what does worry me... Actually, yeah, sorry, that shouldn't have been a surprise, because I was talking about the example -8, -10. So, like, this elephant's toast if we don't do something. Now it's just the axemen that are toast. I don't know. It's worth it. I was trying to remember if I made that stream title or not, Vanguard Master. I'd been sitting on it for a while, actually. Okay. I think the barking might be over. What is this? Barracks. So, I mean... yeah, I'll go for it. Yeah, I think science and military were the priorities I said previously, so... Now, I guess the other thing I need to admit is, like, just because the game's recommending it doesn't mean that I have to build it. But I'm trying to focus on the scenario, so I don't mind letting the game have a little more say in terms of how everything goes. So, yeah, don't mind building a... Okay. So yeah, I don't mind building what am I trying to say? I don't mind Sorry, I'm super distracted. I don't mind using the auto assignment for a while, just while I'm focusing on the other things. Okay, I'm okay keeping these guys on the range for their training. I do want to try and take advantage of the scouts where I can. Heaven and Earth. A temple stands atop the crest of the highest hill, its terrace decorated with bright metal and ceramic. Local legend marks the site as where heaven and earth meet, where all life began. Of course, the only way to see its wonders is to inhale some of the mind-altering plants along the hillside in an ancient spiritual ceremony. A soldier brings you a bowl of this strange powder, but he seems hesitant about its effects. So I can say my mind is open and become exotic, or I want no part in these such rituals, and I become educated instead. The civics would be nice, but I think I've been trying to push. Science for a while here. So. Oh boy. Petty as ever, even as Carthage and Rome are fighting in what could be one of the biggest wars in history, the various families retain their petty ambitions and cannot stop squabbling. Since each family has representatives on the Carthaginian Senate, it's impossible to keep family politics out of the national, and we will have to choose a family goal to pursue. The ever-practical Barcan family wants us to expand our defenses and construct more walls and an additional moat to deal with Roman attacks that will surely come one day. Influential Maganid priests want our workers to construct grand temples to Balhamon and temples to Melkart so that the gods may be on our side in the war. Hananid elders lament the loss of our naval power that enriched their family above all others. Even they understand Rome rules the seas now, but the Hananids wish us to at least take steps towards restoring our navy. The Didonians wish to undertake some great governance project throughout all of Carthage. They're not quite being clear on what it is, offering vague explanations about better voting and better officials, but they're promising that we will see a worthwhile reward if the Senate supports this Grand Didonian project. Okay, so if it comes down to the individual choices for me, and if you can just give me a second here, I want to make a note of the time because I have stopped hearing the barking, but I don't know, over an hour straight of barking since I started counting. I think that is a reasonable thing to complain about. So there are two of these which are consistent with what my own wishes are. Being able to build walls and a moat. This is something I was considering anyway. Expanding our fleet is also very tempting, although it looks like we may wind up losing some of them. I can't really say the temples to Balhamon. Actually, also... Okay, we do have polytheism, so I would be able to build. So I suppose the temples are actually the easiest one for us to do. Yeah, these two are the most... These two are the most practical. In terms of stockpiling 2,000 civics, essentially I can't do things like allocate governors anymore. But we're I don't know, we're at 271 already. Well, here, I'll just use my calculator to get the remainder. So we generate 135 a turn. So we're looking at 12 turns to achieve this goal, which honestly, 12 turns, probably it's faster than getting the walls up. I don't know, I think the walls are the right call, though. Okay, let's see how many more units we wind up losing. I'm sure we'll wind up losing probably 2 more units off of this, but you can't make an egg without breaking a few omelets. Okay, go for some vanilla options here. It also occurred to me I should be making my families happy. So we've got olives and dyes. Okay, Malacca. Okay, don't have the civics for it. This is one of the reasons why I was a little bit reluctant to do anything with the. This is why I was reluctant to do anything with the Didonian goal, because it meant the thing, like the add governors slowly over time and other tasks that I normally like to do are off the table. This is... yeah, it's crappy that I'm doing this, but let that be a lesson to me. Don't go anywhere I can't reverse my acts. Okay, so they're not going to be able to take out my... I'm not going to be able to take out my navy in one go, but I probably do want to gather up my forces just in case the Romans get any clever ideas.
When
So theoretically, we can try and swarm one of these things. This is Hannibal, so I should give him a more central role if I can. Oh, that's a shame. Oh, that's good. Alright, so the reason why I did it this way was I can just throw some things at the back. Actually, I can do it slightly better. So this gives the option for the remaining units to go back into my territory and heal up. There may have been an argument for using my ship differently. Sorry to completely redo the turn, but... So, the other thing I'm thinking of... Instead of healing the units... So everybody's in trees. Stories of General Hannibal Barca's bravery in battle spread across the nation like seeds waiting to bear fruit. His name is quickly becoming synonymous with selfless heroism. He has earned a reward, or let's not overdo it. Nope, definitely earned a reward. Alright, so we get to take this unit out. So notice here what happens. We get the advantage of... We can still move the units back and heal, but this does free up the ship, which may become relevant in this little engagement. So they can do six points of damage to one of my ships. They've got 20, so basically it takes 4 attacks to be able to take out one of my own ships. These things have got 20, so essentially I need 4 ships to take out one. They need 4 ships to take out one of mine. I currently have 3. So essentially, like, it's a nice to have, but we're not in a position to take the fight to the Romans quite yet. What I am going to do, though, is queue everyone up for revenge, because it definitely looks like they want to throw their weight around. Okay, moat in Carthage, yeah, that makes the most sense. I would have liked a Kothon, but obviously the walls... Oh yeah, actually, sorry, it's not a coastal city, so... Okay, it's just the scouts that are left. I really need to stop going into mysterious places on the last turn. Okay, and let's find some new governors. So I'm reluctant to do anything that will result in growing unhappiness in the city. We we've got room for one more. Although we may not have the orders. Yeah. So this isn't a huge surprise. Although that was 7 damage, so this may be sufficient to take out the unit anyway. Oh, that's a real I really thought I was safe here. Crossing the Rhodanus, General Hannibal Barca has a bold plan to attack Rome, with a plan that he had discussed with his father Hamilcar when Hannibal Barca was but a small child. He intends to march his army overland to the Italian peninsula. This will require going from our cities in Iberia all the way to the Alps, and then finding a path through those mountains to emerge on the other side, hitting the Roman Empire where it is less defended. Scouts that General Hannibal Barca has sent forward report several Gallic tribes who call themselves Volcae have sided with Rome and intend to block our passage past the Rhodanus River. The Volcae are brave fighters, but have neither the training nor the discipline to match us. It falls to General Hannibal Barca to decide when and how we will engage them to clear the path to the Alps. Volcae will not stand in our way. Okay, so the usual rule, science or fight. Hello, Takri, how are you doing? Orders wouldn't be bad either, but okay, we're short on stone, so I'm going to skip that for now. So I am not feeling good about my ship prospects. I feel in this area we should be building more units. The miner is somewhat tempting because of the extra training it gives us, but again, I think we need to swell the ranks pretty quickly. And I'm not above spending money for the walls. This is an objective, so. Okay, so I've already got the walls. This seems like a good time for me to be building some replacement ships. Although we're short on resources. Man, we're short on everything. I'm willing to guess... I'm willing to guess we're actually very... this is not a lot like where we left the save. Oh, me too, Tikri. It was really stormy today, which is nice, but I didn't have the courage to go out in it on my own, so I got to experience it vicariously. Okay. So honestly, there are a number of things that I can do other than build something like a stronghold. I am going to build the stronghold this one time, but I definitely don't think it would hurt for me. Olaf, you handsome devil, thank you very much for continuing to resubscribe. I cannot believe it has been 3 years. Obviously, I am very, very grateful that you have you've taken the time to to hang around. I am always very fond of having you in the channel. You are actually one of the people I feel rather bad whenever I don't start on time. Oh, interesting. So this counts... Ah, I see. No, thank you very much, Olaf. I definitely. It's weird to see that number there, but I guess it's right, and I'm obviously very grateful that you've been part of the channel for so long. Okay, I am gonna pay up for. Oh, I actually don't have the orders for it. Okay, so we're gonna back things up. I definitely want to punish the. Definitely want to punish the ship for the disrespect. Oh yeah, I really blew this. Yeah, so that's not a huge surprise they're running away like that. We'll see if we can deliver the kill. The AI in this game is no joke, even on the the lesser difficulty levels. So, okay. So obviously, this is gonna make me spend 100 points. But yes, it is. It is actually. I am mad enough at this ship that I want to take it out. So this ship could be dead as a result of that. Now, there's an interesting question about whether or not I can repair this within 8 seasons. So we've got a Spearman, which is being built right now. 5 seasons? Okay. This is going to be very hair-raising. And there is actually a reasonable argument that maybe I want to redirect the work. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm just going to redirect the worker. Okay. We don't exactly have the most fearsome army to be taking the fight to the barbarians with right now, but the plan here is... Oh! Interesting. Okay, so we technically don't even count... Ah, okay. So yeah, basically we get to pick when. I see it now. Okay. So before I mess around with this too much, Carthage has done its moat. I have 9 citizens to work with, so the catch here is like there's one side of me which says like just like really hammer out some of these boats. But that strikes me as a really good way to wind up with no resources. Okay, so for a start, let's at least get some of the specialized items. We're already generating a lot of training, so I don't know if the officers are kind of worth it on their own. But the officers aren't using up citizens, so let's not worry about that quite yet. I mean, they all give science, so... I gotta admit, I don't feel super comfortable with this choice, but I'll live with it. Another set of walls. Okay. If we don't have forestry, which it seems like we don't. Oh no, we do. Okay, so some of the things I want to think about here, if it's a resource that allows me to make a family happy, I'll follow through. Otherwise, I think at this point we need to focus on acquiring the tools to allow us to wage war effectively. Okay, cool. So basically, as soon as I land here, they're going to count the number. So I think units like this, cavalry, all of that's going to wind up. I'm going to include that in Hannibal's army. What I'm more reluctant to include would be, I'm okay keeping things like archers and all of that home, because one of the reasons I wanted to build the walls was that can improve the happiness of different cities. And then obviously when the AI wants to get kind of fancy, they'll destroy some of the improvements. So just being able to do little repairs like that helps too. Let's see how they beat me up now. Oh, interesting, they're running. So yeah, they definitely want to swarm my guys. The question about the forced march is, can I actually... one of your generals, Hannibal Barca, has put forward a suggestion. Following the recent combat between our Quinquirim and Roman forces, he wants to rename the ship as Praise of the Two Lands, a symbol that both nations will soon be under your rule. So let this ship be a symbol to the rest of our fleet, or no such titles will distract from their training. Let's include it. Yeah, no, this doesn't seal the deal, sadly, and I think from the shore... Yeah, we're not able to do the work. So, the problem I have here is that these ships can obviously just run in and clobber my own guys. It only took 3... Well... I think they just need to spend a couple of orders and we lose our entire fleet. Do this otherwise. Let's maybe just double check. Combat seems to be right here. probably going to lose my scout at this rate. Okay. So obviously the option of buying out the Volcay is a tempting one. The thing about this, though, is that they're not going to move very well over the Alps, so I really don't want to include them in the European army. Okay. Yeah, continue with the walls. This is a region where I still want to bolster my ground forces. I'm gonna take a quick second here. So we've already got the moat built. Oh, we actually already have the numbers here. So we've got 4 of 7. And we're building considerably more than we need. Okay, so let's maybe just knock it off wall-wise. I should have checked that before. Well, okay, but I did want to build the walls for the happiness, so... Okay, so I don't object to sending these guys on a merry chase. Looks like the merry chase is over. Syracuse declares war on Rome! Wedding faux pas. One evening, your heir, Prince Eboam, disrupts a crowded Barkid wedding with his vulgar speeches and raucous behavior. You are humiliated. What shall we do? Make amends with discreet bribes. Nothing. He must learn from his mistakes. Lighten the mood. Yes, lighten the mood so the guests forget. We need to be charming at this time. Archimedes of Syracuse. Rome has decided to lay siege to Syracuse. The city-state has been neutral so far, retaining its independence on the Roman-controlled Sicily. For years, with no conflict until now. Rome intends, it would seem, to take control of the entire island to help the war effort, and the garrison of Syracuse cannot be expected to last long against the full might of the Roman legions and navy. The city-state does have one chance to survive. The brilliant inventor Archimedes, a local of Syracuse, who now has been asked to direct... I would never want to belong to Shilly 5, thank you very much for the follow. Has been asked to direct the city's defenses. It is said that Syracuse is defended by multiple weapons invented by Archimedes, though they are not battle-tested. If we help Syracuse defend, they and Archimedes would be in our debt. Without our interference, the city will surely fall before long. While it would take some time to send our troops to defend Syracuse, they are requesting immediate assistance in the form of stone to bolster fortifications and money to keep the economy going before the city is cut off entirely. Our own war against Rome rages on, but if we can spare the resources, the rewards can be considerable. Unfortunate in terms of timing, but I need to make this happen. So let's buy up the stone that we need. And then we gotta sell whatever we can to get up to 760. Archimedes could be a powerful ally. Send help to Syracuse. We started the goal. Rescue Archimedes of Syracuse from the Roman siege. Oh dear. So yeah, we gotta find a way to get our ships there. I'm not gonna lie, I don't see a way for this ship to survive. Well, this does the trick, actually. Might as well make a pasture while we're here. Okay, so that was the barracks. So it's recommending a range here. I wonder why I wouldn't put the range... Well, the benefit would have been for the garrison, and I can't put the garrison down there anymore. This is tough, because I do actually want to put some quarries down. This is good territory for it. So yeah, it kind of pains me, but... And... okay. I'd love to throw some rocks at this, but I'm not willing to spend the points, so we go back to Cartena. Okay, this is tempting. I'm actually going to get them training for crossing over here, so you can get an idea in terms of what I'm trying to do. I've got the ship which I want to start moving over to Sicily. Okay, so they finished the spearmen. I think I'm going to go for the rancher for the orders in this case. Okay, they finished the walls, so trapper seems to make sense. Okay, so we don't have citizens for these guys. War elephant seems... I'm going to assume that we could use as many of those as the game will allow. Okay, so there is something of an open question here as to whether or not I want to start the war with the Volcae right now, or if... I don't think it makes a lot of sense because I only have 6 orders. But I figure we can at least... Well, we've already moved as close as we can, actually, so... I suppose my next best is something like that. The siege continues. As Rome lays siege to Syracuse, the city remains strong thanks to Archimedes. Under his direction, a giant iron hand was built within the city walls, extending a distance over them. As consul Marcus Marcellus of Rome sailed up to the city with a dozen ships, the iron hand of Archimedes lowered, grabbed a ship, and swung it wildly, causing the quinquereme to capsize and sink. Before the Romans could understand what they were facing, a fifth of their fleet was sunk by the contraption, and the rest were getting pelted with rocks from some kind of catapult that remained unseen. Syracuse took only light damage and inflicted heavy losses upon the attackers under Marcus Marcellus, who was forced to order the retreat. The few Roman soldiers who managed to scale the walls and engage in fighting, however, proved to be a major difficulty. Syracuse has a lightly armed guard and would not stand a chance against a full legion. If we assist Syracuse, they will be able to arm the city's defenders better for close combat. So again, it's expensive for us, but this is definitely a case where I want to be arming arming the good guys. Conspiracy. Worrisome rumors reach the court. They concern the popular hero General Hannibal Barca and claim that he is forming a plot to remove you from power. What shall we do? Would he really betray us? I think at this point, if Hannibal decides we're not worth it, we're the one who has to go. I think if we lose Hannibal on this, there's just no way this ends well. All right. This placement has some sense. Rat. Now our iron is pretty short, so I should actually be thinking about where we're going to get that from. Problem is, all of these are really good for stone as well. Well, I mean, I can't. Well, I actually technically can use stone against the invaders, so maybe I should shut up about that. But yeah, no, I think our focus does need to be on iron. Otherwise, we're not gonna be able to armor our forces. I almost forgot to move these guys, so. So, in terms of distance, all right. It's a little cheeky, but so there's a couple of obvious steps here. I definitely don't want to be crossing a river like this, but it's good for my archers. But I'm also probably going to want to... yeah, these guys don't do that much damage. Archimedes versus Rome. Having lost many men and ships to the adventures of Archimedes, Roman forces of Marcus Marcellus had to pull back from Syracuse. Now they are trying a different strategy. Roman ships are blockading Syracuse in the south, while land troops attack from the north, where Rome controls the open areas. Much to his dismay, Marcus Marcellus then found out there is no such thing as a safe distance from Archimedes. I really like the way they write this. There is no such thing as a safe distance from Archimedes. With Roman ships too far away for the iron hand weapon, one of the Kincarenes suddenly burst into fire. As the crew jumped into the sea and swam for their lives, a fire started on another ship. As some Roman crews panicked, others noticed a light as bright as the sun on the city walls of Syracuse. Archimedes was directing at least 24 men as they moved around large mirrors mounted on wooden frames. These mirrors reflected the sunlight straight onto Roman ships, setting them on fire. At the decisive moment, clouds covered the sky, letting Rome keep most of its force intact, but it retreated even further. This provides us with an opening to deliver some much-needed food to the city, where supplies are starting to run low due to the siege. If we can help Syracuse hold out a little longer, Rome will surely see that continuing at the attacks is futile. By the way, for those of you not familiar with this all has some basis in history. I'm not 100% clear on the details, but so far as I can tell, all of the weapons that have been described in these events have appeared in documents recording this event. By the way, does anybody know historically what happened to Archimedes? Because we're also trying to prepare for the alternate history in this case as well. All right. I'm a little reluctant to sell he wasn't exactly executed. So my understanding is the orders were for him to be captured, and you can see why. Such an incredible... It is Bretis. Actually, you know what? How much you want to bet if we look at Archimedes? Oh, there isn't a dictionary entry. Okay, man, that's a pity. Let's just take a quick second here, and trying to find the good bits. But yeah, so again, you can see why you would want someone like that in your possession, right? Somebody who is able to produce such, tremendous weapons of war is an incredibly valuable asset, and is the sort of person that you would want to keep around. But apparently the story goes that one of the Roman soldiers was through the course of taking the cities, came upon Archimedes. I think it's supposed to have been sort of on a beach, and Archimedes is looking at has drawn them in the sand. Although the paintings usually show him with like a compass. But anyways, his final apparently his final words to the Roman soldier are, "Do not disturb my circles." And the Roman soldier, not liking being told what to do, apparently runs the great genius through with his sword. The thing is, though, this is like, oh yes, and Caesar's final words were, et tu, Brute, and, he dies dramatically. So far as we can tell, what actually happened was his final words were, "Get your hands off me," or "Unhand me, Roman." Different Caesar. Figured. Either "Get your hands off me" or "Unhand me, Roman." "Unhand me, Roman" sounds very formal. And either upon seeing, I can't remember if it was supposed to be Brutus or just seeing who the conspirators were, he covered his face, or it is possible after being stabbed, he covered his face so people wouldn't see him die. But yeah, that's kind of what the Iron Hand is supposed to be, I think, Bretta. Sorry, I've been looking at all the funny, the other fun stuff, because like Archimedes, I don't know if you know, is kind of a good mathematician, so he's got a lot of accomplishments here. I'm just trying to see if we can find the crazy weapons. There's also an entry on the Siege of Syracuse. I'll confess, I'm a little surprised that... Are you serious? Okay, sorry. I just found out something wonderful. It's Lucian who's the one who has the record of destroying enemy ships with fire. And Lucian is... I fell in love with Lucian at the following words in his... I love this summary from Wikipedia in terms of it. Everything that is known about Lucian's life comes from his own writings, which are often difficult to interpret because of his excessive use of sarcasm. At which point, and then there's another element here on biographical sources. Lucian is not mentioned in any contemporary texts or inscriptions written by others, and he is not included in Philostratus's Lives of the Sophists. As a result of this, everything that is known about Lucian comes exclusively from his own writings. A variety of characters with names very similar to Lucian, including Lucianos, Lucius, and the Syrian, appear throughout Lucian's writings. These have been frequently interpreted by scholars and biographers as masks, alter egos, or mouthpieces of the author. Daniel S. Richter criticizes the frequent tendency to interpret such Lucian-like figures as self-inserts by the author, and argues that they are in fact merely fictional characters Lucian uses to think with, when satirizing conventional distinctions between Greeks and Syrians. He suggests that they are primarily a literary trope used by Lucian to deflect accusations that he, as the Syrian author, has somehow outraged the purity of the Greek idiom or genre through the invention of the comic dialogue. And the quote that I'm really looking for here, British classicist Donald Russell states, "A good deal of what Lucian says about himself is no more to be trusted than the voyage to the moon that he recounts so persuasively in first person in True Stories," and warns that it is foolish to treat the information he gives about himself in his writings as autobiography. So this is apparently one of our sources for the heat ray. I had no idea it was Lucian who wrote the account. Sorry, I'm just taking a minute here. I will bring up the... I'm just trying to bring up a few different... Oh, here we go. Claw of Archimedes. Okay. It's time for us to educate ourselves. So yes, Brettist. First of all, Archimedes is just a downright amazing guy. I do have a great fondness for mathematics, although I'm terrible at it, and it is very hard to argue with Archimedes. This, incidentally, is the same guy who, again, a completely apocryphal story, but it's a fun one, and it's passed down to us. This is the guy who, when the king is concerned that he has been given a crown of gold, but the gold has been mixed with a lesser metal. He basically thinks that he's been cheated, and he tasks Archimedes with finding out how to determine whether or not the jewelry, the artifact, is what its creators claimed it to be. And he thinks and thinks and thinks. He's not able to work it out, and so apparently his wife is quite fed up with him prowling around the house and generally being a nuisance while working on the problem, encourages him to take a bath. And so, fair enough, draws a bath, And he gets in, and he realizes that as his body goes into the bath, the water rises. He's displacing a certain amount of it, and this gives him the hint that he needs that this is a way that he can test the crown or whatever the item was to see whether or not it displace the appropriate amount for something made out of that material. The story going that he shouts "Eureka!" and runs naked through the streets to deliver the news. Again, probably didn't happen that way, but it's still a fun story. And it's not even that you didn't have people running around naked in the streets. It's just that's a different famous thinker. That would probably be more of like a Diogenes or a Crates sort of a thing. So, anyways, there you go. Let's take a look at some Wikipedia articles so we can learn a little bit more about the world rather than just speculate. Siege of Syracuse, 213 to 212 BC. This is also just a really convenient way for me not to have to deal with a scenario that I'm doing rather poorly in. The Siege of Syracuse by the Roman Republic took place in 213 to 212 BC. The Romans successfully stormed the Hellenistic city of Syracuse after a protracted siege, giving them control of the entire island of Sicily. During the siege, the city was protected by weapons developed by Archimedes. Archimedes, the great inventor and polymath, was slain at the conclusion of the siege by a Roman soldier in contravention of Roman proconsul Marcellus' instruction to spare his life. Sicily, which was wrested from Carthaginian control during the First Punic War, 264 to 241 BC, and the subject of the previous scenario that we played, was the first province of the Roman Republic, not directly part of Italy. The Kingdom of Syracuse was an allied independent region in the southeast of the island and a close ally of Rome during the long reign of King Hero II. In 215 BC, Hero's grandson, Hieronymus, came to the throne on his grandfather's death, and Syracuse fell under the influence of an anti-Roman faction, including two of his uncles. Amongst the Syracusan elite, despite the assassination of Hieronymus and the removal of the pro-Carthaginian leaders, Rome's threatening reaction to the danger of a Syracusan alliance with Carthage would force the new Republican leaders of Syracuse to prepare for war. Despite diplomatic attempts, war broke out between the Roman Republic and the Kingdom of Syracuse in 214 BC, while the Romans were still busy battling with Carthage at the height of the Second Punic War, 218 to 201 BC. A Roman force led by proconsul Marcus Claudius Marcellus consequently laid siege to the port city by sea and land in 213 BC. The city of Syracuse, located on the eastern coast of Sicily, was renowned for its significant fortifications, great walls that protected the city from attack. Among the Syracuse defenders was the mathematician and scientist Archimedes. The siege. The city was fiercely defended for many months against all measures the Romans could bring to bear. Realizing how difficult the siege would be, the Romans brought their own unique devices and inventions to aid their assault. These included the sambuca, a floating siege tower with grappling hooks, as well as ship-mounted scaling ladders that were lowered with pulleys onto the city walls. Despite these novel inventions, Archimedes devised defensive tactics to counter the Roman efforts, including a huge crane-operated hook, the claw of Archimedes, that was used to lift the enemy ships out of the sea before dropping them to their doom. Legend has it that he also created a giant mirror, sea heat ray, that was used to deflect the powerful Mediterranean sun onto the ship's sails, setting fire to them. These measures, along with the fire from ballistas and onagers mounted on the city walls, frustrated the Romans and forced them to attempt costly direct assaults. Stalemate. The siege bogged down to a stalemate, with the Romans unable to force their way into the city or keep their blockade tight enough to stop supplies reaching the defenders, and the Syracusans unable to force the Romans to withdraw. The Carthaginians realized the potential hindrance of a continuing Syracusan defense could cause the Roman war effort and attempted to relieve the city from the besiegers, but were driven back. Though they planned another attempt, they could not afford the necessary troops and ships with the ongoing war against the Romans in Hispania, and the Syracusans were on their own. However, they were successful in resupplying the city, while their land forces under Himilco were able to capture several Sicilian cities, including the old Carthaginian stronghold of Agrigentum, due to the Roman preoccupation with the siege. Conclusion. The success of the Syracusans in repelling the Roman siege had made them overconfident. In 212 BC, the Romans received information that the city's inhabitants were to participate in the annual festival to their goddess Artemis. A small party of Roman soldiers approached the city under the cover of night and managed to scale the walls to get into the outer city, and with reinforcements soon took control, but the main fortress remained firm. Marcus Claudius Marcellus had ordered that Archimedes, the well-known mathematician and possibly equally well-known to Marcellus as the inventor of the mechanical devices that had so dominated the siege, should not be killed. Archimedes, who was now 78 years of age, continued his studies after the breach by the Romans, and while at home, his work was disturbed by a Roman soldier. Archimedes protested at this interruption and coarsely told the soldier to leave. The soldier, not knowing who he was, or perhaps aware of his identity as the designer of war machines that had killed hundreds of Romans, killed Archimedes on the spot, so I was apparently wrong about the beach thing. The Romans now controlled the outer city, but the remainder of the population of Syracuse had quickly fallen back to the fortified inner citadel, offering continued resistance. The Romans now put siege to the citadel and were successful in cutting off supplies to this reduced area. After a lengthy 8-month siege, which brought great hardship onto the defenders through hunger and with parleys in progress, an Iberian captain named Mauricicus, one of the 3 prefects of Acridina, decided to save his own life by letting the Romans in near the fountains of Arethusa. On the agreed signal during the diversionary attack, he opened the gate. After setting guards on the houses of the pro-Roman faction, Marcellus gave Syracuse to plunder. Frustrated and angered after the lengthy and costly siege, the Romans rampaged through the citadel and slaughtered many of the Syracusans, where they stood, and enslaved most of the rest. The city was then thoroughly looted and sacked. Aftermath. The city of Syracuse was now under the influence of Rome again, which united the whole of Sicily as a Roman province. The taking of Syracuse ensured that the Carthaginians could not get a foothold in Sicily, which would have led them to giving support to Hannibal's Italian campaign, and this allowed the Romans to concentrate on waging the war in Spain and Italy. The island was used as a vital gathering point for the final victorious campaign in Africa 10 years later, and would prove to be an important step onto both Africa and Greece in coming Roman conflicts. Syracuse was later extensively rebuilt and repopulated, and would be an important city for the Roman Empire well into the 5th century, playing both a military and economic part in the creation of the empire. Now we're going to get on to the fun stuff. So the Claw of Archimedes. The Claw of Archimedes was known as the also known as the Iron Hand, was an ancient weapon devised by Archimedes to defend the seaward portion of Syracuse's city wall against amphibious assault. Although its exact nature is unclear, the accounts of ancient historians seem to describe it as a sort of crane equipped with a grappling hook that was able to drop an attacking ship partly down in the water, and then either cause the ship to capsize or suddenly drop it. It was dropped onto enemy ships, which would then swing into defensive forces and destroy them. These machines featured prominently during the Second Punic War in 214 BC, when the Roman Republic attacked Syracuse with a fleet of 60 quinqueremes under Marcus Claudius Marcellus. By the way, do you want to know the other name? Does anybody here know the proper name for Marcus Claudius Marcellus? Basically, he got a special title given his successful storming of Syracuse and sort of his ability to get troops over the walls and sort of handle these things. Does anybody happen to know this? They called him Marcellus Wallace. Fans of 90s independent films will like that. When the Roman fleet approached the city walls under the cover of darkness, it definitely was not Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius came a few centuries later. He was also an emperor, not a consul. When the Roman fleet approached the city walls under the cover of darkness, the machines were deployed, sinking many ships and throwing the attack into confusion. Historians such as Livy attributed heavy Roman losses to these machines, together with catapults also devised by Archimedes. The plausibility of this invention was tested in 1999 in the BBC series Secrets of the Ancients, and again in early 2005 in the Discovery Channel series Super Weapons of the Ancient World. I know what I want to watch now! The producers of Super Weapons brought together a group of engineers tasked with conceiving and implementing a design that was realistic given what is known about Archimedes. Within 7 days, they were able to test their creation, and they did succeed in tipping over a model of a Roman ship so that it would sink. While this does not prove the existence of the claw, it suggests that it would have been possible. Archimedes' heat ray. Archimedes' heat ray is a device that Archimedes is purported to have used to burn attacking Roman ships during the siege of Syracuse. It does not appear in any surviving works of Archimedes and is described by historians writing many years after the siege. The 2nd century AD author Lucian wrote that during the siege of Syracuse, Archimedes destroyed enemy ships with fire. Centuries later, Anthemius of Tralles mentions burning glasses as Archimedes' weapon. The device was used to focus sunlight onto approaching ship, causing them to catch fire. The heat ray has been the subject of ongoing debate about its credibility since the Renaissance. René Descartes rejected it as false. A test was conducted by Comte de Buffon, circa 1747, documented in the paper titled Invention de Miroir Arden. Sorry. Excuse me. Pour brusser une grande distance, and an experiment by John Scott documented in an 1867 paper. A test of the Archimedes heat ray was carried out in 1973 by the Greek scientist Ioannis Sakkas. The experiment took place at the Skaramagus naval base outside of Athens. On this occasion, 70 mirrors were held up by Greek sailors, each with a copper coating and a size around 5 by 3 feet, 1.5 by 1 meters. The mirrors were pointed at a plywood mock-up of a Roman warship at a distance of around 160 feet, 50 meters. When the mirrors were focused accurately, the ship burst into flames within a few seconds. The plywood ship had a coating of tar paint. Sakkas said that after the experiment, there was no doubt in his mind that the great inventor could have used bronze mirrors to scuttle the Romans. In 2008, the TV show Richard Hammond's Engineering Connections, as Season 1, Episode 3, Deep Space Observer, relating to the Keck Observatory, whose reflector glass is based on Archimedes' mirror, did successfully use a much smaller curved mirror to burn a wooden model. In 2004, the TV show Mythbusters found mirrors implausible, Season 2, Episode 5, Ancient Death Ray. In 2005, a group of students from MIT carried out an experiment with 127 1-foot, 30-centimeter square mirror tiles focused on a mock-up wooden ship at a range of about 100 feet, 30 meters. Flames broke out on a patch of the ship, but only after the sky had been cloudless and the ship had remained stationary for about 10 minutes. It was concluded that the device was a feasible weapon under these conditions. The MIT group repeated the experiment for Mythbusters, Season 4, Episode 3, Archimedes' Death Ray, using a wooden fishing boat in San Francisco as a target. Again, some charring occurred, along with a small amount of flame. When Mythbusters broadcast the result of the San Francisco experiment in 2006, the claim was placed in the category of busted or failed because of the length of time and the ideal weather conditions required for combustion to occur. It was pointed out that since Syracuse faces the sea towards the east, the Roman fleet would have had to attack during the morning for optimal gathering of light by the mirrors. Mythbusters also pointed out that conventional weaponry, such as flaming arrows or bolts from a catapult, would have been a far easier way of setting a ship on fire at short distances. In December 2010, Mythbusters again, Season 8, Episode 17, President's Challenge, looked at the heat ray. Several more experiments were carried out, including a large-scale test with 500 school children aiming the mirrors. Oh, I thought it was the 500 school children were the target. That would have been a much more interesting episode. 500 school children aiming the mirrors at a mock-up Roman sailing ship 400 feet, 120 meters away. In all of the experiments, the sail failed to reach the 210 degrees Celsius required to catch fire, and the verdict again was busted. The show concluded that a more likely effect of the mirrors would have been blinding, dazzling, or distracting the crew of the ship. And I think most people know this, but that Wallace joke was a joke. That was not actually what the guy was called. But because I tend to deliver these things rather dry, I feel somewhat responsible for clarifying. I may need to get some more tea, but let's try and do a couple more turns before... Well, at least let's try and do this event before we take a small break. Okay. So we really just need the money in this case. I don't want to completely get rid of my wood here. Help their citizens, they only have to hold out a little longer. Okay, have the iron for a quarry. I also don't have the gold for it. So that's 7 damage they can do. So if there's 3 of them, they'll be able to take this ship out. So I don't really have a good way of being able to go toe-to-toe with these guys. Wait a minute, did I lose one of my... Okay, so obviously I've lost the ship, but I'm trying to think when that would have happened. Oh, that's my ship! No wonder I wasn't able to attack it. Good God. Yes, I mean, I sort of have an option of chasing them here, but that's a death sentence to that ship, so we're gonna carry on. Honestly, I think we're at the point where we can get the party started with the maybe not. Certainly speedy. Also, I need to reconsider the placement of everybody here, because it seems to me like this is crossing a... So it seems like the river goes like this. So I do actually want the elephants on this side. Yeah, it's a tough one, Brett. Like, so I'll be honest with you. Like, I do think I see the point of the naysayers for sure, because there is, like, especially today, right? Like, there's definitely a very high premium for the, you know, can you effing believe this kind of news item. Like, if it's something that winds up in a BuzzFeed article, or seems like it could be in a BuzzFeed article, like, it'll do rather well online. And certainly, you know, ancient authors were not above, like, making some fairly incredible stories. I mean, there is a fun... There's a fun take that you could do on this, which is to say, they're not making up. They're actually accurately describing the world as they knew it. And what's actually happened is that the world has changed. So, you know, Herodotus is accurately reporting gold-digging ants, and that something happened in the world so that there's no longer gold-digging ants. But I say that's interesting because just like if you wanted to come up with a story idea, that would be kind of a wild way of doing it. Um, you do think you were recommended the beige flag article from Pocket today? I am never gonna talk about this subject ever again. It makes me so mad. But yeah, I don't know. Like the if we got rid of some of these pesky and troublesome safety precautions, we could have more accurate experiments. Yeah, I don't know. Like Lucian, who isn't exactly known for his like straightforward and accurate reporting, being the earliest record of the ancient death ray. Then again, I don't know what work that's in, right? So if it's a true story, then obviously it's not, we shouldn't put any weight to it. But it's serious enough. Like it, I guess people have talked about it enough that people have bothered to do the experiments, which I suppose says something. Anyway, tell you what. I'm obviously in a chatty mood, so I think this is a good indicator that I need to shake things up a little bit. So I'm gonna get myself some tea. Sorry, you're the subject of such widespread disruption, Vanguard Master. Yeah, it's just I'm just taking a second here to refresh my drink and maybe try and get a little bit more focus. It is fun to share the Archimedes stuff, but like obviously I'm not making a ton of indicator you need to sleep. I'd say that's a very good assumption, Glemmy VO4. However, I've got a few few things that I need to do before I can get a proper sleep. But yeah, I'm gonna take a minute, just refill my tea, get a bit of a stretch, and otherwise take care of myself. I'll run ads for a little bit, so if you are a latecomer, you don't have to see it. But for those of you that are here, I encourage you, especially if you've been here since the start, maybe get up, take a stretch, and otherwise do something yourself. I'll try to be back in 3 or 4 minutes at the most. Oh, there we go. Anyways, I'll see you on a little bit. All right. I don't know if I'm any more coherent than I was before. It's wild outside. It's perfect weather for King Lear out there. But I'm back, and you'll have to deal with me as I am. So, I'm not gonna lie. I really don't know what to do about this this scenario. It's a really interesting one, because if you think of it, like I'm glad that the goals aren't timed. We've got 70 turns in which to do this. And you do have this really interesting experience of, like, going through, trying to make it over the Alps, having this grueling fight trying to do it. And I think there is something, I don't know enough about the Punic Wars to know if, the fight that we had here sort of reflects something in history. But as I think what this is basically telling me is it's giving me a bit of a warning in terms of what I'm going to be finding, in the, once I get to Italy, even if I am fighting in the weaker parts. And I mean, it is fair to say, right, that, so it's good that I'm being warned about this, because as I imagine was the problem in history, it's all well and good to try and bring your forces over the Alps, but if you lose them in the process, if you're trying to accomplish a particular thing, and the it comes at a great cost, you still lose. Like, the Romans in the end are going to be able to rebuild and redeploy faster than than you are. So I suspect that's a little bit of what the scenario is preparing me for. But what I'm basically trying to do here is I'm trying to focus on whatever elements I can in the goals, and then from that point we'll see if we can. We'll see if we're able to. We'll see if we're able to eke out a win here. Pharaoh the Younger has converted to Carthaginian paganism. Take another wife. The Volcae have approached the court with a marriage proposal for your royal self. It does not escape the court that such a match will be looked down on by the people of Carthage. How would you like to respond? So, as cool as it would be to get a peace, that's completely counter to my goal here. So, upsetting the people and my wife concerns me too much. I reject the offer. Okay, so it hasn't asked me to do anything with Archimedes. That's interesting. So they're almost certainly camping this so that I... So I would actually be able to survive these three, but the fact that one of these can stun me is a deal breaker. Okay. Fresh ships. Nice. Okay. I don't really have... Okay, I'm kind of reluctantly going for a fisher here just because... Oh, this is good for making one of my families happy. Okay, so we're ready to get the party started. I do need to move around my forces a little bit. court awaits your command. Shall we declare war on the Volcae? Proceed with the war preparations. Okay, always happy to see critical hits. Trying to think if there is a way that I can make these numbers work. So first priority is to take this guy out. The question is there a way that I can do this? So what would be nice is if I could somehow supercharge my units by being near Hannibal. Okay, that definitely gives me options. Yep, this is all good. Exotic influence and an act of supplication, the surviving Volcae nobles offer you a wealth of jewelry, fineries, and icons representing their culture. As conqueror, you are expected to wear this traditional raiment. Our generals grumble behind your back, but there is wisdom in appealing to the newly vanquished. I will not be tainted by these savages. These prizes are mine by right and rule, or put the treasures in the nation's coffers. As much as I'd like the extra legitimacy, I think we need the money. Okay, so it's going to get a little delicate here because I want to make sure... So these guys are range 2, right? Yeah, they're even nastier. I mean, they're mercenaries. Gotta put them in the front line. Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of wish I was a bit more imaginative in terms of my options here, but it works. That's interesting. Oh, are you kidding me? So they can lock down that ship forever now. And looks like Syracuse is down. Syracuse is now at truce with Rome. Rome is converted to Roman paganism. Your daughter, Duchess Oter, enjoys nature and feels at home in the outdoors. What hobby shall we encourage her to pursue? She can become a pathfinder, a cultivator, or a naturalist. I'm thinking tending animals will teach compassion. Archimedes rescued. Roman forces launched a decisive attack on Syracuse, aimed at ending the city's resistance once and for all. Ships with long ladders sailed up to the city's walls, marines ready to scale them, just as legions attacked from the north. Marcus Marcellus ordered the attack under the cover of darkness to avoid any possibility of sunray weapons being used. Even this assault proved insufficient against the resilient defenders of Syracuse and the weaponry of Archimedes. His iron hand destroyed most siege ships, as yet another new contraption began firing at the invaders from all directions. The latest weapon by Archimedes consisted of a metal tube that launched heavy projectiles at the enemy. A fire burned at the bottom end of the tube, which then boiled carefully placed water, causing steam to propel projectiles at great speed. Such devices are not very mobile, but showed their devastating nature against Roman forces. After months of fighting, Rome and Syracuse have agreed to a truce. Rome was unable to capture Syracuse and decided to focus all its power on fighting Carthage, instead of losing more men to Archimedes. One of our merchant ships smuggled Archimedes on board, and he will be arriving to help Carthage shortly, to repay our crucial help early in the siege and for his own safety. As the most inventive man alive, Archimedes will surely be a great asset to Carthage. So gain legitimacy, we finished the goal, and we now have a court scholar named Archimedes. A new court scholar, Archimedes, has joined the court. His curiosity and insight will aid Carthage on unraveling the mysteries of the world. Welcome, Archimedes. A keen mind. Lately, the young Duchess Oter has been spending a lot of her free time with Archimedes. He has been explaining how he invented the weapons used to defend Syracuse, and Oter has been very inspired by Archimedes' thought process as well as the military applications of such weapons. Archimedes says that Duchess Oter possesses a very keen mind, and it seems that their conversations will do young Oter a lot of good. Okay, there's a few things I need to do. So first of all, let's repair the nets. Now I do also need to rescue my ship here. So while I would like to use my orders for other things, okay, this is a bit of a worry. So notice the HP was lower because I was attacking over a river. You know what? We're going to undo that. No, we can't bring him. Well, we sort of can. Oh, hang on. Okay, so if I do this, okay, not quite enough to seal the deal, but the reason I'm leading with Hannibal here is because he can heal in neutral territory where the others can't. I don't see how this helps me. So yeah, I kind of left this guy out to dry, but Ellen Ripley, how you doing? We got a chance to talk about Archimedes today, so if you have any particular love of possibly legendary ancient weapons, feel free to contribute. I'm going to prioritize bringing this axeman up. I think it says I can't found cities, so in this case we'll go past it. Basically space lasers. Alright, I don't really see this being a feeder for... I mean, I can see a Kothon because of the... just to produce ships, but for now, I think I'm going to settle for some citizens. I would like to build an axeman, but that doesn't seem to be in the cards. So do we give you another onager? Where I can, I still want to get the resources I need. Oh, this is not good. Boastful heir, the royal family of Syracuse visits the court. During a feast, Princess Gorgo of Syracuse makes a shocking boast about how much better a ruler she will be one day. General Heroes II the Brilliant chides her for her brashness and turns to us for support. What do we say? Well, he's 83 and she's 20, so... Oh, here we go. You rule well, and so will Princess Gorgo of Syracuse one day. Yes, we will be charming. Well, tell you what, Ellen Ripley, I won't relitigate the the full conversation we had, but I will offer at least the 3 Wikipedia entries we covered. All right, the inventor Archimedes has only been with Carthage for a short time, and already he has provided us with a weapon we can use against Rome. While the steam-powered cannons Archimedes used to defend Syracuse were difficult to move, he has now constructed a wheeled engine that is much like a giant bow, able to launch bolts the size of a child. This ballista is sure to surprise any Roman soldiers that encounter it. Put this weapon to good use. Science or magic? Oh, all right. We're reading this one. We may read this one the whole way through because these guys are awesome. Stories about the strange powers of the scientist Archimedes have reached the court. According to rumors, he has been in several locations at once, can speak to creatures in their natural tongues, and is known to make astounding predictions. There is a rumbling of dissent among his followers. If Archimedes is seen as a divine figure, what is to keep him from the throne? So, Archimedes stays, but he will be watched. Or such behavior is either madness or treason. Oh man, so I don't have... There's no good options here. I'm definitely not I'm definitely not imprisoning him. But yeah, here is the link. Pythagoras! The first rule about Math Club is you don't talk about Math Club. Pythagoras of Samos was an ancient Ionian Greek philosopher and the eponymous founder of Pythagoreanism. By the way, for those of you who are only familiar with the name Pythagoras with regards to the theorem that bears his name, this is a wild ride. The man with the golden thigh, an actual Bond villain. Was an ancient Ionian Greek philosopher and the eponymous founder of Pythagoreanism. His political and religious teachings were well known in Magna Graecia and influenced the philosophies of Plato, Aristotle, and, through them, the West in general. Knowledge of his life is clouded by legend, but he appears to have been the son of Mensarchus, a gem engraver on the island of Samos. Modern scholars disagree regarding Pythagoras' education and influences, but they do agree that around 530 BC, he traveled to Croton in southern Italy, where he founded a school in which initiates were sworn to secrecy and lived a communal ascetic lifestyle. I wasn't kidding about the first rule of Math Club is you don't talk about Math Club. This lifestyle entailed a number of dietary prohibitions, traditionally said to have included vegetarianism, although modern scholars doubt that he ever advocated complete vegetarianism. The teaching most securely identified with Pythagoras is metempsychosis, or the transmigration of souls, which holds that every soul is immortal and upon death enters into a new body. He may have also devised the doctrine of musica universalis, which holds that the planets move according to mathematical equations and thus resonate to produce an inaudible symphony of music. Scholars debate whether Pythagoras developed a numerological and musical teachings attributed to him, or if those teachings were developed by his later followers, particularly Philolaus of Croton. Following Croton's decisive victory over Sybaris in around 510 BC, Pythagoras' followers came into conflict with supporters of democracy, and Pythagorean meeting houses were burned. Pythagoras may have been killed during this persecution, or he may have escaped to Metapontum and died there. In antiquity, Pythagoras was credited with many mathematical and scientific discoveries, including the Pythagorean theorem, Pythagorean tuning, the 5 regular solids, the theory of proportions, the sphericity of the Earth, and the identity of the morning and evening stars as the planet Venus. It is said that he was the first man to call himself a philosopher, lover of wisdom, and that he was the first to divide the globe into 5 climatic zones. Classical historians debate whether Pythagoras made these discoveries, and many of the accomplishments credited to him likely originated earlier or were made by his colleagues or successors. Some accounts mention that the philosophy associated with Pythagoras was related to mathematics, and that numbers were important, but it is debated to what extent, if at all, he actually contributed to mathematics or natural philosophy. It's actually also worth mentioning that I believe Pythagoreanism actually split into 2 different groups, the mathematikoi and the acousmatikoi, and it was pretty much along those lines. So we tend to think of it specifically as a mathematical... Well, I think it's probably the triangle thing, right? That we tend to think of it as being very math-focused, but there is a very... I don't want to say it's unhelpful, but it is definitely a very broad division of philosophy. So if you think of, like, chances are, if you think of philosophy, you particularly ancient Greek philosophy, very high on your list of names are going to be Plato and Socrates, and then probably Aristotle after that. I don't know if that's true. If you think of someone else, definitely feel free to mention it in chat. But definitely something seems to have happened, around this time, and certainly Plato is this tremendous influence on Western philosophy. And of course, Socrates was a teacher of Plato. So while we don't have any writings from Socrates himself, we do have historical accounts. We've got one play, which isn't exactly... The author of that play is clearly not a fan, but Socrates does appear in a comedy called The Clouds by Aristophanes. I actually really like one called The Frogs. The Frogs basically involves Dionysus going down into Hades to bring back the greatest poet to inspire Athens in its time of need during a war. And basically it ends with a rap battle between, obviously I'm modernizing it here, between Euripides, who's sort of the modern drama, and Aeschylus, who is the old classical type dramatist. And anyways, yeah, I like it. The frogs of the title are the chorus. And the chorus is like the bits with the frogs actually have this effort to make a frog sound in the text, which is kind of fun. But yeah, I don't know. That's definitely a that's one of the plays by Aristophanes I like the most. But yeah, The Clouds is the one that mentions Socrates. There's also a general named Xenophon who has some accounts of Socrates, which are rather different from Plato. And then Plato has his Socratic dialogues as well. However, it's very clear that he is an exceptionally bright man, and he certainly is not above putting what are almost certainly his views into Socrates' mouth. And it's fair to say not everything Plato wrote had Socrates in it. There's disputed authorship with regards to the letters, so we don't know if any of the epistles are necessarily by Plato. But also even in his works, so a really famous example, his longest work, The Laws, and I think The Laws is the one we can definitely place historically. I think we know The Laws is his last work, or at least it was the last one he was working on, because of course there's the possibility that he wrote it, before, and then was revising it. But in any case, Socrates isn't anywhere to be found there. There is an Athenian stranger, though. And of course, sometimes, the dialogues aren't really dialogues. It's just sort of Socrates doing what I say, except usually a lot more clever. And then every once in a while, the flow is broken up with somebody saying, "Quite so, Socrates. Oh, you're so right, Socrates," and so on and so forth. But then again, there's also one Parmenides where, like, Parmenides is the real driver of the conversation. He kind of mops the floor with young Socrates, but indicates that he has a lot of promise. Anyways, why am I going on about this? Usually what people will say to try and summarize the difference is that Socrates introduces this concern with sort of ethics and how to live one's life, or, you know, the sorts of things that I think sometimes really get people into philosophy. Whereas, and then they say that the pre-Socratics, which again is a bit of a weird name because I'm pretty sure Democritus was a contemporary. But in any case, these other philosophers were maybe not concerned about that they were more concerned with what would be called natural philosophy later on, and now we would just maybe call like the hard sciences or whatever. But there's a problem with that, because you can have figures like Xenophanes, or you can have I mean, actually, Democritus probably wouldn't be a bad example as well. But, like, basically, it's very clear that there are pre-Socratics who are not just concerned about, you know, whether or not, you know, everything comes from water, or, you know, whether it's... I mean, the Milesians are really interesting because in some senses it just seems absolutely insane, some of the things that they're talking about. And yet there is a lot of sense. Like, when you actually sit down and think about how they're working this all out, there's something very attractive about it. So again, like, I'm not trying to suggest that we go back to that old time religion, but yeah, just the process of thinking and just how far they went with what was effectively a view of the world, which was just getting outside of, you know, everything being full of gods and that explaining everything. There's a lot that they did. But yeah, all that I'm really trying to suggest here is that the division between sort of ethical, personal concerns and the other, you know, cosmologies and cosmogonies and all the other other wonderful things that philosophers either waste their time about or spend profound moments of profound contemplation on, depending on your perspective. It's not a very good division. And the best argument is not any of the people that I've mentioned before, but it is in fact Pythagoras, because you and I may know him as the right-angled triangle guy. But notice how much of this is talking about how to live your life and sort of the right way of you know, going about these things. And again, you know, the fact that there would be this division between the mathematicoi and the acousmaticoi, and somewhat along those lines, is I think a decent I think it's a decent example in terms of how, you know, if you're trying to come up with convenient dividing lines to help people understand where everything, you know, is and how it fits, you know, fair enough, right? Sometimes you oversimplify so that you can make the bigger point. But Pythagoras would probably be one of the best examples to just sort of push back on that, especially because he is so early on in the series. Anyways, Pythagoras influenced Plato, whose dialogues, especially his Timaeus, exhibit Pythagorean teachings. Pythagorean ideas on mathematical perfection also impacted ancient Greek art. His teachings underwent a major revival in the 1st century BC among Middle Platonists, coinciding with the rise, of Neo-Pythagoreanism. Pythagoras continued to be regarded as the greatest philosopher throughout the Middle Ages, and his philosophy had a major impact on scientists such as Nicholas Copernicus, Johannes Kepler, and Isaac Newton. Pythagorean symbolism was used throughout early modern European esotericism. So for those of you who are into the occult, you also want to brush up on your mathematics. Actually, okay, here's another thing. I know occult stuff is very popular among people of an artistic temperament, and generally if you run, and again, I'm sorry, I'm massively oversimplifying here. If you think of Generally, if you think of people of an artistic temperament, you tend to get a good representation of people who do not consider themselves math people. Now, that is a huge caricature, and I need to completely appreciate that that's not always true. In fact, there are several artists, there, in fact, are probably several artists in this channel who say, as a matter of fact, I am a math person, thank you very much. But in general, I have found that quite a few people have fallen into that trap of thinking that there are like science people and art people, and that math is for science people. But again, if you happen to like your Aleister Crowley or whatever, there is actually a fairly long tradition of people who are practicing mathematicians who are also occultists. So I think John Dee would be a good example of something like that. I am not a follower of European esotericism, or indeed any kind of esotericism, but man, that is some pretty compelling stuff sometimes. So makes for good games, makes for good story, and good poets, right? William Butler Yeats would be one. Anyways. Pythagorean symbolism was used throughout early modern European esotericism, and his teachings, as portrayed in Ovid's Metamorphoses, influenced the modern vegetarian movement. Yu Yu Hana and Momoko Hana, very good to see both of you. There's not been a lot of gameplay today, and I must apologize for that, but we are learning all about the ancient world, so I am delighted to see both of you. For those of you not familiar with these two lovely chatters, they are, I like to call them kite spies. Kite is a wonderful... Actually, Kite should definitely get a shout out here. Ellen Ripley, you don't stream, do you? I know you through Outworld, but I actually never checked to see if you're a streamer. But yes, Kite introduced me to these two lovely chatters, and Kite is a really great streamer in his own regard, but this Old World is definitely one of the games that Kite likes to sell me on in terms of my interest in history and that. So earlier on, we got to talk. So the game we're playing is Old World. So it's we're playing an event known as the Second Punic War. So this is where Rome went to war with another great power in the Mediterranean, Carthage. And if you've ever heard Hannibal, not the character played by Anthony Hopkins and Brian Cox, but Hannibal, the ancient general, this is the war where he brought his army over the Alps and threatened Rome. But one of the events that happened during that was the siege of Syracuse, and one of the participants in the siege was a very gifted mathematician named Archimedes. So we talked a bit about Archimedes' inventions, including the possibility of making a ray that would set ships on fire, as well as the claw of Archimedes seems to be something that has a little bit more founding in sort of ancient accounts, but also just a big hand which picked up ships and threw them down into the water. But we did break history. We succeeded in saving Archimedes. He's working for us now, and we are dealing with an event which is basically it's mentioning it's treating him like Pythagoras. So we're talking about Pythagoras here. By the way, this is Metamorphoses is probably my favorite poem. That or Paradise Lost. But Ovid is oh god, man. Ovid is just mwah. All right, biographical sources. No authentic writings of Pythagoras have survived, and almost nothing is known for certain about his life. The earliest sources on Pythagoras' life are brief, ambiguous, and often satirical. The earliest source on Pythagoras' teachings is a satirical poem probably written after his death by Xenophanes of Colophon, which was that's the same Xenophanes I was referring to earlier, who had been one of his contemporaries. In the poem, Xenophanes describes Pythagoras interceding on behalf of a dog that is being beaten, professing to recognize in its cries the voice of a departed friend. Alcmaeon of Croton, a doctor who lived in Croton around the same time as Pythagoras lived there, incorporates many Pythagorean teachings into his writings and alludes to having possibly known Pythagoras personally. The poet Heraclitus of Ephesus, who was born across a few miles of sea away from Samos and may have lived within Pythagoras' lifetime, mocked Pythagoras as a clever charlatan, remarking that Pythagoras, son of Mensarchus, practiced inquiry more than any other man, and selecting from these writings he manufactured a wisdom for himself, much learning, artful knavery. The Greek poets Ion of Chios and Empedocles of Acragas both express admiration for Pythagoras in their poems. By the way, Empedocles has a truly fantastic end. So somebody, for the bonus features of this particular stream, somebody remind me to tell you about what happened to Empedocles at the end of his life. Both express admiration for Pythagoras in their poems. The first, or does anybody in chat know? The first concise description of Pythagoras comes from the historian Herodotus of Halicarnassus, who describes him as not the most insignificant of Greek sages, and states, okay, I'll finish off with Pythagoras, but this is, if you gotta go, this is one of the better ways of doing it. Actually, tell you what, I'll open it in a new tab so I don't forget. Who describes him as not the most insignificant of Greek sages, and states that Pythagoras taught his followers how to attain immortality. The accuracy of the works of Herodotus is controversial. The writings attributed to the Pythagoras... By the way, it is stuff like Herodotus that caused Lucian, the guy who is apparently the earliest record of those freaking laser beams, that's the stuff he was attacking in a true story. So it's all coming together now. You can imagine me with this corkboard with red wool and, photos and all of that. The writings attributed to the Pythagorean philosopher Philolaus of Croton, who lived in the late 5th century BC, are the earliest texts to describe the numerological and musical theories that are later ascribed to Pythagoras. The Athenian rhetorician Isocrates was the first to describe Pythagoras as having visited Egypt. Aristotle wrote a treatise on the Pythagoreans, which no longer exists. Some of it may be preserved in the Protrepticus. Aristotle's disciples Dicaearchus, Aristonexus, and Heraclides Ponticus, I am going to just change, John, Paul, and Ringo, also wrote on the same subject. Most of the major sources on Pythagoras' life are from the Roman period, by which point, according to the German classicist Walter Burkert, the history of Pythagoreanism was already the laborious reconstruction of something lost and gone. 3 ancient biographies of Pythagoras have survived from late antiquity, all of which are filled primarily with myths and legends. The earliest and most respectable of these is one from Diogenes Laertius' Lives and Opinions of Eminent Philosophers. This is both very good for lots of sources, also, for some reason, contains a lot of ironic deaths. There's actually quite a bit of humor in this, so... And I have read parts of it from in other Old World streams. The later 2 biographies were written by the Neoplatonist philosophers Porphyry and Iamblichus, and were partially intended as polemics against the rise of Christianity. The later sources are much lengthier than the earlier ones, and even more fantastic in their descriptions of Pythagoras' achievements. Porphyry and Iamblichus use materials from the lost writing of Aristotle's disciples, and material taken from these sources is generally considered to be the most reliable. Sorry, I need to stop for some tea. Life, early life. There's not a single detail in the life of Pythagoras that stands uncontradicted, but it is possible, from a more or less critical selection of the data, to construct a plausible account. Walter Burkert, 1972. Herodotus, Isocrates, and other early writers agree that Pythagoras was the son of Mensarchus, and that he was born on the Greek island of Samos in the eastern Aegean. According to these biographers, Pythagoras' father wasn't born on the island, although he got naturalized there, but according to Iamblichus, he was a native of the island. He is said to have been a gem engraver or a wealthy merchant, but his ancestry is disputed and unclear. His mother was a native of Samos, descending from the Geomori family. Apollonius of Tyana gives her name as Pythias. Iamblichus tells a story that Pythia prophesied to her while she was pregnant with him that she would give birth to a man supremely beautiful, wise, and beneficial to humankind. As to the date of his birth, Aristonexus states that Pythagoras left Samos in the reign of Polycrates at the age of 40, which would give a date of birth of around 570 BC. Pythagoras' name led him to be associated with Pythian Apollo. Aristippus of Cyrene in the 4th century BC explained his name saying, "He spoke the truth no less than did the Pythian." During Pythagoras' formative years, Samos was a thriving cultural hub known for its feats of advanced architectural engineering, including the building of the tunnel of Eupalinos, and for its riotous festival culture. It was a major center of trade in the Aegean, where traders brought goods from the Near East. According to Christine L. Goge, these traders almost certainly brought with them Near Eastern ideas and traditions. Pythagoras' early life coincided with the flowering of early Ionian natural philosophy. He was a contemporary of philosophers Anaximander, Anaximenes, and the historian Hecataeus, all of whom lived in Miletus across the sea from Samos. Reputed travels. Pythagoras is traditionally thought to have received most of his education in the Near East. Modern scholarship has shown that the culture of archaic Greece was heavily influenced by those of Levantine and Mesopotamian cultures. Like many other important Greek thinkers, Pythagoras was said to have studied in Egypt. By the time of Isocrates in the 4th century BC, Pythagoras' reputed studies in Egypt were already taken as fact. The writer Antiphon, who may have lived during the Hellenistic era, claimed that in his lost work on men of outstanding merit, used as a source by Porphyry, that Pythagoras learned to speak Egyptian from the pharaoh Amasis II himself. Your friends thought you were listening to an English teaching podcast. That's wonderful. My apologies, friends. This is just this history gets a little too interesting to pass up for this game, so. If you have any questions, though, I'm going to try and read through this as quickly as I can, but if anybody has any questions about what's going on here, do feel free to jump in and I'll try to answer as quickly and as best as I can. Oh, thank you. Okay. Claimed in his lost work on men of outstanding merit, used as a source by Porphyry, that Pythagoras learned to speak Egyptian from the pharaoh Amasis II himself, that he studied with the Egyptian priests at Diospolis, Thebes, and that he was the only foreigner ever to be granted the privilege of taking part in their worship. The Middle Platonist biographer Plutarch writes in his treatise on Isis and Osiris that during his visit to Egypt, Pythagoras received instruction from the Egyptian priest Onephius of Heliopolis. Meanwhile, Solon received lectures from Sonicus of Sais. According to the Christian theologian Clement of Alexandria, Pythagoras was a disciple of Selkis, an Egyptian archprophet, as well as Plato of Secnuphus of Heliopolis. Some ancient writers claimed that Pythagoras learned geometry and the doctrine of metempsychosis from the Egyptians. Other ancient writers, however, claim that Pythagoras had learned these teachings from the Magi in Persia, or even from Zoroaster himself. Diogenes Laertius asserts that Pythagoras later visited Crete, where he went to the cave of Ida with Epimenides. The Phoenicians are reputed to have taught Pythagoras arithmetic, and the Chaldeans to have taught him astronomy. By the 3rd century BC, Pythagoras was already reported to have studied under the Jews as well. Contradicting all of these reports, the novelist Antonius Diogenes, writing in the 2nd century BC, reports that Pythagoras discovered all his doctrines himself by interpreting dreams. The 3rd century sophist Philostratus claims that in addition to the Egyptians, Pythagoras also studied under sages or gymnosophists in India. Iamblichus expands this even further by claiming that Pythagoras also studied with the Celts and the Iberians. Alleged Greek teachers. Ancient sources also record that Pythagoras, having studied under a variety of native Greek thinkers. Some identify Hermodamus of Samos as a possible tutor. Hermodamus represented the indigenous Samian rhapsodic tradition, and his father, Creophilos, was said to have been the host of his rival poet Homer. Others credit Bias of Priene, Thales, or Anaximander, a pupil of Thales. Other traditions claim that the mythic bard Orpheus as Pythagoras' teacher, thus representing the Orphic mysteries. The Neoplatonists wrote of a sacred discourse Pythagoras had written on the gods in Doric Greek dialect, which they believed to have dictated to Pythagoras by the Orphic priest Aglaophaemus upon his initiation to the Orphic mysteries in Libethra. Iamblichus credited Orpheus with having been the model for Pythagoras' manner of speech, his spiritual attitude, and his manner of worship. Iamblichus describes Pythagoreanism as a synthesis of everything Pythagoras had learned from Orpheus, from Egyptian priests, from the Eleusinian mysteries, and from other religious and philosophical traditions. Rydwig states, although these stories are fanciful, Pythagoras' teachings were definitely influenced by Orphism to a noteworthy extent. Of the various Greek sages claimed to have taught Pythagoras, Pherecydes of Syros is mentioned most often. Similar miracle stories were told about both Pythagoras and Pherecydes, including one in which the hero predicts a shipwreck, one in which he predicts the conquest of Messina, and one in which he drinks from a well and predicts an earthquake. Apollonius Paradoxographus, a paradoxographer, who may have lived in the 2nd century BC, identified Pythagoras' thaumaturgic ideas as a result of Pherecydes' influence. Another story, which may be traced to the Neo-Pythagorean philosopher Neomachus, tells us that there will be a quiz on all these names, by the way. Tells that when Pherecydes was old and dying on the island of Delos, Pythagoras returned to care for him and pay his respects. Durius, the historian and tyrant of Samos, is reported to have patriotically boasted of an epitaph supposedly penned by Pherecydes, which declared that Pythagoras' wisdom exceeded his own. On the grounds that all of these references connecting Pythagoras with Pherecydes, Rydwig concludes that there may well be some historical foundation to the tradition that Pherecydes was Pythagoras' teacher. Pythagoras and Pherecydes also appear to have shared similar views on the soul and the teaching of metempsychosis. Before 520 BC, on one of his visits to Egypt or Greece, Pythagoras might have met Thales of Miletus, who would have been around 54 years older than him. Thales was a philosopher, scientist, mathematician, and engineer, also known for a special case of the inscribed angle theorem. Pythagoras' birthplace, the island of Samos, is situated in the northeastern Aegean Sea, not far from Miletus. Diogenes Laertius cites a statement from Aristoxenus, 4th century BC, stating that Pythagoras learned most of his moral doctrines from the Delphic priestess Themistoclea. Porphyry agrees with this assertion, but calls the priestess Aristoclea. Ancient authorities furthermore note the similarities between the religious and ascetic peculiarities of Pythagoras with the Orphic or Cretan mysteries, or the Delphic oracle. In Croton, Porphyry repeats an account from Antiphon, who reported that while he was still on Samos, Pythagoras founded a school known as the Semicircle. Here, Samians debated matters of public concern. Supposedly, the school became so renowned that the brightest minds in all of Greece came to Samos to hear Pythagoras teach. Pythagoras himself dwelled in a secret cave where he studied in private and occasionally held discourses with a few of his close friends. Christoph Rydwig, a German scholar of early Pythagoreanism, states that it is entirely possible Pythagoras may have taught on Samos, but cautions that Antiphon's account, which makes reference to a specific building that was still in use during his own time, appears to be motivated by Samian patriotic interest. Around 530 BC, when Pythagoras was about 40 years old, he left Samos. His later admirers claimed that he left because he disagreed with the tyranny of Polycrates in Samos. Rydwig notes that this explanation closely aligns with Nicomachus' emphasis on Pythagoras' purported love of freedom, but that Pythagoras' enemies portrayed him as having a proclivity towards tyranny. Other accounts claim that Pythagoras left Samos because he was so overburdened with public duties in Samos because of the high estimation in which he was held by his fellow citizens. He arrived in the Greek colony of Croton, today's Croton in Calabria, in what was then Magna Graecia. All sources agree that Pythagoras was charismatic and quickly achieved great political influence in his new environment. He served as an advisor to the elites in Croton and gave them frequent advice. Later biographers tell fantastical stories of the effects of his eloquent speeches in leading the people of Croton to abandon their luxurious and corrupt way of life and devote themselves to the purer system which he came to introduce. Family and friends. Diogenes Laertius states that Pythagoras did not indulge in the pleasures of love and that he cautioned others only to have sex whenever you are willing to be weaker than yourself. According to Porphyry, Pythagoras married Theano, a lady of Crete, a daughter of Pythonax, and had several children with her. Apparently, he felt that he wanted to be weaker than himself quite a bit. Porphyry writes that Pythagoras had two sons named Teleges and Erignot, and a daughter named Maia, who took precedence among the maidens of Croton and when a wife among married women. Iamblichus mentions none of these children, and instead only mentions a son named Mensarchus after his grandfather. This son was raised by Pythagoras' appointed successor, Aristeas, and eventually took over the school when Aristeas was too old to continue running it. Suda writes that Pythagoras had 4 children. The wrestler Milo of Croton was said to have been a close associate of Pythagoras, and was credited with having saved the philosopher's life when a roof was about to collapse. This association may have been a result of confusion with a different man named Pythagoras, who was an athletics trainer. Diogenes Laertius reports Milo's wife name as Maia. Iamblichus mentions Theano as the wife of Brontinus of Croton. Diogenes Laertius states that the same Theano was Pythagoras' pupil, and that Pythagoras' wife Theano was her daughter. Diogenes Laertius also records that works supposedly written by Theano were still extant during his own lifetime, and quotes several opinions attributed to her. These writings are now known to be pseudepigraphical. Death. Pythagoras' emphasis on dedication and asceticism are credited with aiding Croton's decisive victory over the neighboring colony of Sybaris in 510 BC. After the victory, some prominent citizens of Croton proposed a democratic constitution, which the Pythagoreans rejected. Oh, no problem, Momoko and Hannah. Sorry I didn't get to Empedocles, but it's a big entry. Thank you very much for visiting. I'm glad you had a good lunch, and I hope you have a wonderful day. All right. The supporters of democracy, headed by, thank you. The supporters of democracy, headed by Cylon and Ninon, the former of whom is said to have been irritated by his exclusion from Pythagoras's, they voted? Sorry, let me try this again. After the victory, some prominent citizens of Croton proposed a democratic constitution, which the Pythagoreans rejected. The supporters of democracy, headed by Cylon and Ninon, the former of whom is said to have been irritated by his exclusion from Pythagoras' brotherhood, roused the populace against them. Followers of Cylon and Ninon attacked the Pythagoreans during one of their meetings, either in the house of Milo or in some other meeting place. Accounts of the attack are often contradictory, and many probably confused it with later anti-Pythagorean rebellions, such as the one in Metapontum in 454 BC. The building was apparently set on fire, and many of the assembled members perished. Only the younger and more active members managed to escape. Sources disagree regarding whether Pythagoras was present. Sources disagree whether Pythagoras was present when the attack occurred, and if he was, whether or not he managed to escape. In some accounts, Pythagoras was not at the meeting when the Pythagoreans were attacked because he was on Delos tending to the dying Pherecydes. According to another account from Dicaearchus, Pythagoras was at the meeting and managed to escape, leading a small group of followers to the nearby city of Locris, where they pleaded for sanctuary but were denied. They reached the city of Metapontum, where they took shelter in the Temple of the Muses and died there of starvation after 40 days without food. Another tale recorded by Porphyry claims that as Pythagoras' enemies were burning the house, his devoted students laid down on the ground to make a path for him to escape by walking over their bodies across the flames like a bridge. Pythagoras managed to escape, but was so despondent at the deaths of his beloved students that he committed suicide. A different legend, reported by both Diogenes Laertius and Iamblichus, states that Pythagoras almost managed to escape, but he came to a fava bean field. I forgot about this one. Came to a fava bean field and refused to run through it, since doing so would violate his teaching, so he stopped instead and was killed. The story seems to have originated from the writer Neanthes, who told it about later Pythagoreans and not Pythagoras himself. Okay, so this is one problem with Wikipedia. The payoff on this would be much better if they introduced the teachings regarding the beans, because there is this rather weird bit that we know in terms of like the rules of Pythagoreans, which is to abstain from beans. So this is exactly the sort of thing I'm talking about with Diogenes Laertius. She's like, just about everyone seems to have one of these ironic deaths. And in this case here, it's Pythagoras was about to make his escape, but didn't want to disrupt the beans, so got. Okay, the teachings. Metempsychosis. Although the exact details of Pythagoras' teachings are uncertain, it is possible to reconstruct a general outline of his main ideas. Aristotle writes at length about the teachings of the Pythagoreans, but without mentioning Pythagoras directly. One of Pythagoras' main doctrines appears to have been metempsychosis. I really wish they'd use a shorter word for one that appears so often in the article. The belief that all souls are immortal and that after death the soul is transferred into a new body. This teaching is referenced by Xenophanes, Ion of Chios, and Herodotus. Nothing whatsoever is known about the nature or mechanism by which Pythagoras believed metempsychosis to occur. Empedocles alludes to, in one of his poems that Pythagoras may have claimed to possess the ability to recall his former incarnations. Diogenes Laertius reports an account from Heraclides Ponticus that Pythagoras told people that he had lived 4 previous lives and that he could remember in detail. The first of these lives was Ithliades, son of Hermes, who granted him the ability to remember all his past incarnations. Next, he was incarnated as Euphorbus, a minor hero from the Trojan War, briefly mentioned in the Iliad. He then became the philosopher Hermotomius, who recognized the shield of Euphorbus in the Temple of Apollo. His final incarnation was as Pyrrhus, a fisherman from Delos. One of his past lives, as reported by Deciarchus, was as a beautiful courtesan. Mysticism. Another belief attributed to Pythagoras was that of the harmony of the spheres, which maintained that the planets and stars move according to mathematical equations, which correspond to musical notes and thus produce an inaudible symphony. According to Porphyry, Pythagoras taught that the 7 Muses were actually 7 planets singing together. In his philosophical dialogue Protrepticus, Aristotle has his literary double say. When Pythagoras was asked why humans exist, he said to observe the heavens, and he used to claim that he himself was an observer of nature, and it was for the sake of this that he had passed over into life. Pythagoras was said to have practiced divination and prophecy. In the visits to various places in Greece, Delos, Sparta, Philus, Crete, etc., which are ascribed to him, he usually appears either in his religious or priestly guise or else as a lawgiver. Pythagoras and his followers reportedly had a spiritual practice known as smoke trapping. This involved entering an enclosed space, typically a cave, and lighting a fire until noxious fumes filled the room. They would inhale the smoke and would experience vivid hallucinations due to oxygen deprivation and hypercapnia. They supposedly would see divine geometric shapes and patterns, which they would then copy into the walls with charcoal to be analyzed at a later point. So, for those of you in the chat, and I know there's a few of you who may just like to get stoned out of your gourd, put it all in a book, and then wind up getting really disappointed with what you see at the end, Pythagoreanism may be for you. That's not actually directed specifically at anyone. I don't actually know how many of you how many of you partake, let's say. And obviously, well, no, actually, come to think of it, I think that's probably come up in chat a couple of times. Anyways, numerology. The so-called Pythagoreans, who were first to take up mathematics, not only advanced this subject, but saturated with it. They fancied that the principles of mathematics were the principles of all things. Aristotle Metaphysics. According to Aristotle, the Pythagoreans used mathematics for solely mystical reasons, devoid of practical application. They believed that all things were made of numbers. The number 1, the monad, represented the origin of all things. The number 2, the dyad, represented matter. The number 3 was an ideal number because it had a beginning, a middle, and an end, and was the smallest number of points that could be used to define a plane triangle, which they revered as the symbol of the god Apollo. The number 4 signified the 4 seasons and the 4 elements. The number 7 was also sacred because it was the number of planets and the number of strings on a lyre, and because Apollo's birthday was celebrated on the 7th day of each month. they believed that odd numbers were masculine and that even numbers were feminine, and that the number 5 represented marriage because it was the sum of 2 and 3. 10 was regarded as the perfect number, and the Pythagoreans honored it by never gathering in groups larger than 10. Pythagoras was credited with devising the tetractys, the triangular figure with 4 rows which add up to the perfect number 10. The Pythagoreans regarded the tetractys as a symbol of utmost mystical importance. Iamblichus, in his Life of Pythagoras, states that the tetractys was so admirable and so divinized by those who understood it that Pythagoras' students would swear oaths by it. Andrew Gregory concludes that the tradition linking Pythagoras to the tetractys is probably genuine. Modern scholars debate about these numerological teachings, whether these numerological teachings were developed by Pythagoras himself or by the later Pythagorean philosopher Philolaus of Croton. In his landmark study, Lore and Science in Ancient Pythagoreanism, Walter Burkitt argues that Pythagoras was a charismatic political and religious teacher, but that the number philosophy attributed to him was really an innovation by Philolaus. According to Burkitt, Pythagoras never dealt with numbers at all, let alone made any noteworthy contributions to mathematics. Burkitt argues that the only mathematics Pythagoreans ever actually engaged in was simple, proofless arithmetic. But these arithmetic discoveries did contribute significantly to the beginnings of mathematics. Pythagoreanism. Communal lifestyle. Both Plato and Isocrates state that, above all else, Pythagoras was known to be the founder of the new way of life. The organization Pythagoras founded in Croton was called a school, but in many ways resembled a monastery. The adherents were bound by a vow to Pythagoras and each other for the purpose of pursuing the religious and ascetic observances and of studying the religious and philosophical theories. The members of the sect shared all possessions in common and were devoted to each other to the exclusion of outsiders. Ancient sources record that the Pythagoreans ate meals in common after the manner of the Spartans. One Pythagorean maxim was all things in common among friends. Both Iamblichus and Porphyry provide detailed accounts of the organization of the school, although the primary interest of both writers is not historical accuracy, but rather to present Pythagoras as a divine figure sent by the gods to benefit humankind. Iamblichus in particular presents the Pythagorean way of life as a pagan alternative to Christian monastic communities of his own time. Two groups existed within early Pythagoreanism: the mathematicoi, learners, and the acousmaticoi, listeners. The acousmaticoi are traditionally identified by scholars as old believers in mysticism, numerology, and religious teachings, whereas the mathematicoi are traditionally identified with the more intellectual, modernist faction who were more rationalist and scientific. Gregory cautions that there was probably not a sharp distinction between them, and that many Pythagoreans probably believed the two approaches were compatible. The study of mathematics and music may have been connected to the worship of Apollo. The Pythagoreans believed that music was a purification for the soul, just as medicine was a purification for the body. One anecdote of Pythagoras... By the way, this is, for those of you who may have read the Med Republic, this should be familiar to you in terms of the idea of sort of music and its role in sort of purifying and having effects on the soul. One anecdote of Pythagoras reports that when he encountered some drunken youths trying to break into the home of a virtuous woman, he sang a solemn tune with long spondees, and the boys' raging willfulness was quelled. The Pythagoreans also placed particular emphasis on the importance of physical exercise. Therapeutic dancing, daily morning walks along scenic routes, and athletics were major components of the Pythagorean lifestyle. Moments of contemplation at the beginning and end of each day were also advised. Prohibitions and regulations. Pythagorean teachings were known as symbols, and members took a vow of silence that they would not reveal these symbols to non-members. Those who did not obey the laws of the community were expelled, and the remaining members would erect tombstones for them as though they had died. A number of oral sayings attributed to Pythagoras have survived, dealing with how members of the Pythagorean community should perform sacrifices, how they should honor the gods, how they should move from here, and how they should be buried. Many of these sayings emphasize the importance of ritual purity by avoiding defilement. For instance, a saying which Leonid Zmud concludes can probably be genuinely traced back to Pythagoras himself, forbids his followers from wearing woolen garments. Other extant oral sayings forbid Pythagoreans from breaking bread, poking fires with swords, or picking up crumbs, and teach that a person should always put the right sandal on before the left. The exact meanings of these sayings, however, are frequently obscure. Iamblichus preserves Aristotle's descriptions of the original ritualistic intentions behind a few of these sayings, but apparently later fell out of fashion because Porphyry provides markedly different ethical philosophical interpretations of them. Pythagorean saying, "Do not take roads traveled by the public." Original ritual purpose according to Aristotle Iamblichus, fear of being defiled by the impure. Porphyry's philosophical interpretation, with this he forbade following the opinions of the masses, yet to follow the ones of the few and the educated. Pythagorean saying, "And do not wear images of the gods on rings." Original ritual purpose according to Aristotle or Iamblichus, fear of defiling them by wearing them. And Porphyry's philosophical interpretation, one should not have the teaching and knowledge of the gods quickly at hand and visible for everyone, nor communicate them to the masses. And the third Pythagorean saying, "And pour libations for the gods from a drinking cup's handle, the ear." Original ritual purpose according to Aristotle Iamblichus, efforts to keep the divine and the human strictly separable. And Porphyry's interpretation, thereby he enigmatically hints that the gods should be honored and praised with music, for it goes through the ears. New initiates were allegedly not permitted to meet Pythagoras until after they had completed a 5-year initiation period, during which they were required to remain silent. Sources indicate that Pythagoras himself was unusually progressive in his attitudes towards women, and female members of Pythagoras' school appear to have played an active role in its operation. Iamblichus provides a list of 235 famous Pythagoreans, 17 of whom are women. In later times, many prominent female philosophers contributed to the development of Neo-Pythagoreanism. Pythagoreanism also entailed a number of dietary prohibitions. It is more or less agreed that Pythagoras issued a prohibition against the consumption of fava beans and the meat of non-sacrificial animals such as fish and poultry. Both of these assumptions, however, have been contradicted. Pythagorean dietary restrictions may have been motivated by belief in the doctrine of metempsychosis. Some of ancient writers present Pythagoras as enforcing a strictly vegetarian diet. Eudoxus of Cnidus, a student of Archytas, writes, "Pythagoras was distinguished by such purity and so avoided killing and killers that he not only abstained from animal foods, but even kept his distance from cooks and hunters." Other authorities contradict this statement. According to Aristonexus, Pythagoras allowed the use of all kinds of animal food except the flesh of oxen used for plowing and rams. According to Heraclides Ponticus, Pythagoras ate meat from sacrifices and established a diet for athletes dependent on meat. Legends. Within his own lifetime, Pythagoras was already the subject of elaborate hagiographic legends. Aristotle described Pythagoras as a wonder worker and somewhat of a supernatural figure. In a fragment, Aristotle writes that Pythagoras had a golden thigh, which he publicly exhibited at the Olympic Games. He showed to Abaris the Hyperborean as proof of his identity as the Hyperborean Apollo. Supposedly, the priest of Apollo gave Pythagoras a magic arrow, which he used to fly over long distances and perform ritual purifications. He was supposedly once seen both in Metapontum and Croton at the same time. When Pythagoras crossed over the river Cosus, modern-day Bicento, several witnesses reported that they heard it greet him by name. In Roman times, a legend claimed that Pythagoras was the son of Apollo. According to Muslim tradition, Pythagoras was said to have been initiated by Hermes, Egyptian Thoth. Pythagoras was said to have dressed in all white. He is also said to have borne a golden wreath atop his head and to have worn trousers after the fashion of the Thracians. Diogenes Laertius presents Pythagoras as having exercised remarkable self-control. He was always cheerful, but abstained wholly from laughter and from all such indulgences as jests and idle stories. So he would not have been a fan of this channel. Pythagoras was said to have had extraordinary success in dealing with animals. A fragment from Aristotle records that when a deadly snake bit Pythagoras, he bit it back and killed it. Both Porphyry and Iamblichus report that Pythagoras once persuaded a bull not to eat fava beans, and that he once convinced a notoriously destructive bear to swear that it would never harm a living thing again, and that the bear kept its word. Rydwig suggests that Pythagoras may have personally encouraged these legends, but Gregory states that there is no direct evidence of this. Anti-Pythagorean legends were also circulated. Diogenes Laertius retells a story by Hermippus of Samos, which states that Pythagoras had once gone into an underground room, telling everyone that he was descending to the underworld. He stayed in this room for months, while his mother secretly recorded everything that happened during his absence. After he returned from this room, Pythagoras recounted everything that had happened while he was gone, convincing everyone that he had really been in the underworld, and leading them to trust him with their wives. I gotta try that one. Attributed discoveries. In mathematics, although Pythagoras is most famous today for his alleged mathematical discoveries, classical historians dispute whether he himself ever actually made any significant contributions to the field. Many mathematical and scientific discoveries were attributed to Pythagoras, including his famous theorem, as well as discoveries in the fields of music, astronomy, and medicine. Since at least the 1st century BC, Pythagoras has commonly been given credit for discovering the Pythagorean theorem, a theorem in geometry which states that in a right-angled triangle, the square of the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the squares of the other two sides. That is, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. Incidentally, one thing, so we talked about Archimedes, now we're talking about Pythagoras. One of the things that really amazes me about some of this stuff, there are, for those, the nerds in chat, Stephen Hawking edited 2 big, thick volumes. One is called On the Shoulders of Giants, and the other one I think is called God Invented the Integers. Anyways, one of them are sort of like greatest hits of physics, and the other one is greatest hits of mathematics. And then the mathematics one has what was it? Definitely has Euclid. It's under a really big pile, and I know I've been taking a long time on this. But anyways, the thing that's crazy about this is that, like, we understand a squared plus b squared equals c squared. This is very common for us. And, you know, we can understand the relationship. So if I were to ask you, you know, how would you figure out what the measurement of A is, you know, you'd probably be able to manipulate that equation and be able to get a value. But that was not the way the Greeks did it. They didn't have those tools. And that's the thing that really just blows my mind. Like, I'm already not smart enough to really be reading those works. Or at the very least, you know, I have the benefit of, you know, being able to read the modern takes on them, which is maybe a little bit more geared towards learning for someone like myself. But the fact that they proved it, and proved it without the tools that I would rely on to show such a thing, is just absolutely, I really don't get how they could have done it. They clearly did, and clearly so much of the world, so much of what I take for granted in the world relies on the fact that they did that. But it's, you know, we've moved on so far, we've built so much on top of that, that I actually still struggle sometimes to get a grip on exactly how they figured all this out without the benefit of our modern tools. And when I say modern tools, I'm talking about algebra. I'm not even talking about computers at this point. Anyways, according to a popular legend, after he discovered this theorem, Pythagoras sacrificed an ox or possibly even a whole hecatomb to the gods. Cicero rejected this story as spurious because of the much more widely held belief that Pythagoras forbade blood sacrifices. Porphyry attempted to explain the story by asserting that the ox was actually made of dough. The Pythagorean theorem was known and used by the Babylonians and Indians centuries before Pythagoras, but he may have been the first to introduce it to the Greeks. Some historians of mathematics have even suggested that he or his students may have constructed the first proof. Burkitt rejects this suggestion as implausible, noting that Pythagoras was never credited with having proved any theorems in antiquity. Furthermore, the manner in which the Babylonians employed Pythagorean numbers implies that they knew that the principle was generally applicable, and that they knew some kind of proof which was not yet found in the still largely unpublished cuneiform sources. Pythagoras' biographers state that he was also the first to identify the 5 regular solids, and that he was the first to discover the theory of proportions. And music. According to legend, Pythagoras discovered that musical notes could be translated into mathematical equations when he passed blacksmiths at work one day and heard the sound of their hammers changing against the anvils. Thinking that the sounds of the hammers were beautiful and harmonious except for one, he rushed to the blacksmith shop and began testing the hammers. He then realized that the tune played when the hammer struck was directly proportional to the size of the hammer, and therefore concluded that the music was mathematical. Or that music was mathematical. In astronomy. In ancient times, Pythagoras and his contemporary Parmenides of Elea were both credited as having been the first to teach that the earth was spherical, the first to divide the globe into 5 climatic zones, and the first to identify the morning star and the evening star as the same celestial object now known as Venus. Of the two philosophers, Parmenides has a much stronger claim to having been the first, and the attribution of these discoveries to Pythagoras seems to have possibly originated from a pseudepigraphical poem. Empedocles, who lived in Magna Graecia shortly after Pythagoras and Parmenides, knew that the Earth was spherical. By the end of the 5th century BC, this fact was universally accepted among Greek intellectuals and rejected in 2022 by a group of crazies. The identity of the morning star and evening star was known to the Babylonians for over 1,000 years earlier. Later influence in antiquity on Greek philosophy. Sizable Pythagorean communities existed in Magna Graecia, Philus and Thebes during the early 4th century BC. Around the same time, the Pythagorean philosopher Archytas was highly influential on the politics of the city of Tarentum in Magna Graecia. According to later tradition, Archytas was elected as the strategos several times, even though others were prohibited from serving more than a year. I gotta get this name right. Archytas was also a renowned mathematician and musician. He was he was a close friend of Plato, and he is quoted in Plato's Republic. Aristotle states that the philosophy of Plato was heavily dependent on the teachings of the Pythagoreans. Cicero repeats this statement, remarking that Platonium ferent didices Pythagorea omnia. They say that Plato learned all things Pythagorean. According to Charles H. Kahn, Plato's middle dialogues, including Meno, Phaedo, and the Republic, have strong Pythagorean coloring, and his last few dialogues, particularly Philebus and Timaeus, are extremely Pythagorean in character. According to R. M. Hare, Plato's Republic may be partially based on the tightly organized community of like-minded thinkers established by Pythagoras at Croton. Additionally, Plato may have borrowed from Pythagoras the idea that mathematics and abstract thought are a secure basis for philosophy, science, and morality. Plato and Pythagoras shared a mystical approach to the soul and its place in the material world, and it is probable that both were influenced by Orphism. The historian of philosophy, Frederick Copleston, states that Plato probably borrowed his tripartite theory of the soul from the Pythagoreans. Bertrand Russell, in his History of Western Philosophy, contends that the influence of the Pythagoreans on Plato and others was so great that he should be considered the most influential philosopher of all time. He concludes that, "I do not know of any other man who has been as influential as he was in the school of thought." A revival of Pythagorean teachings occurred in the 1st century BC, when Middle Platonist philosophers such as Eudorus and Philo of Alexandria hailed the rise of a new Pythagoreanism in Alexandria. At around the same time, Neo-Pythagoreanism became prominent. The 1st century philosopher Apollonius of Tyana sought to emulate Pythagoras and live by Pythagorean teachings. The later 1st century Neo-Pythagorean philosopher Moderatus of Gades expanded on Pythagorean number philosophy, and probably understood the soul as a kind of mathematical harmony. The Neo-Pythagorean mathematician and musicologist Nicomachus likewise expanded on Pythagorean numerology and music theory. Numenius of Apamea interpreted Plato's teachings in light of Pythagorean doctrines. We're near the end. On art and architecture, Greek sculpture sought to represent the permanent reality behind superficial appearances. Early archaic sculpture represents life in simple forms and may have been influenced by the earliest Greek natural philosophies. The Greeks generally believed that nature expressed itself in ideal forms and was represented by a type which was mathematically calculated. When dimensions changed, architects sought to relay permanence through mathematics. Maurice Baura believes that these ideas influenced the theory of Pythagoras and his students, who believed that all things are numbers. During the 6th century BC, the number philosophy of the Pythagoreans triggered a revolution in Greek sculpture. Greek sculptors and architects attempted to find the mathematical relation, canon, behind aesthetic perfection. Possibly drawing on the ideas of Pythagoras, the sculptor Polykleitos wrote in his canon that beauty consists in the proportion, not the elements, materials, but in the interrelation of parts with one another and with the whole. In the Greek architectural orders, every element was calculated and constructed by mathematical relations. Rice Carpenter states that the ratio 2:1 was the generative ratio of the Doric order, and in Hellenistic time, an ordinary Doric colonnade beats out a rhythm of notes. The oldest known building, designed according to Pythagorean teachings, is Porta Maggiore Basilica, a subterranean basilica which was built during the reign of the Roman Emperor Nero as a secret place of worship for Pythagoreans. The basilica was built underground because of the Pythagorean emphasis on secrecy, and also because of the legend that Pythagoras had sequestered himself in a cave on Samos. The basilica's apse is in the east, and its atrium is in the west out of respect for the rising sun. It has a narrow entrance leading to a small pool where the initiates could purify themselves. The building is also designed according to Pythagorean numerology, with each table in the sanctuary providing seats for 7 people. 3 aisles led to a single altar, symbolizing the 3 parts of the soul approaching the unity of Apollo. The apse depicts a scene of the poet Sappho leaping off the Leucadian cliffs, clutching her lyre to her breast, while Apollo stands beneath her, extending his right hand in gesture of protection, symbolizing Pythagorean teachings about the immortality of the soul. The interior of the sanctuary is almost entirely white because the color white was regarded by Pythagoreans as sacred. The Emperor Hadrian's pantheon in Rome was also based on Pythagorean numerology. The temple's circular plan, the central axis, hemispherical dome, and alignment with the 4 cardinal directions symbolize Pythagorean views on the order of the universe. A single oculus at the top of the dome symbolizes the monad and the sun god Apollo. 28 ribs extending from the oculus symbolize the moon because 28 was the same number of months on the Pythagorean lunar calendar. The 5 coffered rings beneath the ribs represent the marriage of the sun and the moon. In early Christianity, many early Christians had a deep respect for Pythagoras. Eusebius, bishop of Caesarea, praises Pythagoras and is against Heraclides for his rule of science, his frugality, his extraordinary morality, and his wise teachings. In another work, Eusebius compares Pythagoras to Moses. In one of his letters, the church father Jerome praises Pythagoras for his wisdom, and in another letter he credits Pythagoras for his belief in the immortality of the soul, which he suggests Christians inherited from him. Augustine of Hippo rejected Pythagoras' teaching of metempsychosis without explicitly naming him, but otherwise expressed admiration for him. And on the Trinity, Augustine lends the fact that Pythagoras was humble enough to call himself a philosophos, or lover of wisdom, rather than a sage. In another passage, Augustine defends Pythagoras' reputation, arguing that Pythagoras certainly never taught the doctrine of metempsychosis. Influence after antiquity. In the Middle Ages. During the Middle Ages, Pythagoras was revered as the founder of mathematics and music, 2 of the 7 liberal arts. He appears in numerous medieval depictions, in illuminated manuscripts, and in relief sculptures on the portal of the Cathedral of Chartres. And the Timaeus was the only dialogue of Plato to survive in Latin translation in Western Europe, which led William of Conques to declare that Plato was Pythagorean. In the 1430s, Camaldolese, Friar Ambrose Traversian translated Diogenes Laertius's lives and opinions of eminent philosophers from Greek into Latin. And in the 1460s, the philosopher Marsilio Ficino translated Porphyry and Iamblichus's lives of Pythagoras into Latin as well, thereby allowing them to be read and studied by Western scholars. In 1494, the Greek Neo-Pythagorean scholar Constantine Lascaris published the Golden Verses of Pythagoras, translated into Latin, with a printed edition of his Grammatica, thereby bringing them into a widespread audience. In 1499, he published the first Renaissance biography of Pythagoras in his work Vitae Illustrum Philosophorum Siculorum et Caliborum, issued in Messina. On modern science. In his preface to his book On the Revolution of the Heavenly Spheres, Nicholas Copernicus cites various Pythagoreans as the most important influences on the development of his heliocentric model of the universe, deliberately omitting mention of Aristarchus of Samos, a non-Pythagorean astronomer who had developed a fully heliocentric model in the 4th century BC, in an effort to portray his model as fundamentally Pythagorean. Johannes Kepler considered himself to be a Pythagorean. He believed in the Pythagorean doctrine of musica universalis, and it was his search for the mathematical equations behind this doctrine that led to his discovery of the laws of planetary motion. Kepler titled his book on the subject Harmonices Mundi, Harmonics of the World, after the Pythagorean teaching that had inspired him. Near the conclusion of the book, Kepler describes himself falling asleep to the sound of the heavenly music, warmed by having drunk a generous draught from the cup of Pythagoras. He also called Pythagoras the grandfather of all Copernicans. Isaac Newton firmly believed in the Pythagorean teaching of the mathematical harmony of the order of the universe. Though Newton was notorious for rarely giving others credit for their discoveries, he attributed the discovery of the law of universal gravitation to Pythagoras. Albert Einstein believed that a scientist may also be a Platonist or a Pythagorean insofar as he considers the viewpoint of logical simplicity as an indispensable and effective tool in his research. The English philosopher Alfred North Whitehead argued, in a sense, Plato and Pythagoras stand nearer to modern physical science than does Aristotle. The two former were mathematicians, whereas Aristotle was the son of a doctor. By this measure, Whitehead declared that Einstein and other modern scientists like him are following the pure Pythagorean tradition. On vegetarianism, a fictionalized portrayal of Pythagoras appears in Book 15 of Ovid's Metamorphoses, in which he delivers a speech imploring followers to adhere to a strictly vegetarian diet. It was through Arthur Golding's 1567 English translation of Ovid's Metamorphoses that Pythagoras was best known to English speakers throughout the early modern period. John Donne's Progress of the Soul discusses the implications of the doctrines expounded in the speech, and Michel de Montaigne quoted the speech no less than 3 times in his treatise of cruelty to voice his moral objections against the mistreatment of animals. William Shakespeare references the speech in his play The Merchant of Venice. John Dryden included a translation of the scene with Pythagoras in his 1700-word Fables, Ancient and Modern, and John Gay's 1726 fable Pythagoras and the Countryman reiterates its major themes linking carnivorism with tyranny. Lord Chesterfield records that his conversion to vegetarianism had been motivated by reading Pythagoras' speech in Ovid's Metamorphoses. Until the word vegetarianism was coined in the 1840s, vegetarians were referred to in English as Pythagoreans. Percy Bysshe Shelley wrote an ode entitled To the Pythagorean Diet, and Leo Trotsky adopted the Pythagorean diet himself. So this is how we rebrand vegetarianism, right? There's all the vegan jokes. If you want plant-based diets, but no fava beans, call yourself Pythagorean. Western esotericism. Early modern European esotericism drew heavily on the teachings of Pythagoras. The German humanist scholar Johannes Reuchlin, or possibly Reuchlin, synthesized Pythagoreanism with Christian theology and Jewish Kabbalah, arguing that Kabbalah and Pythagoreanism were both inspired by Mosaic tradition, and that Pythagoras was therefore a Kabbalist. In his dialogue De Verbo Mirifico, Reuchlin compared the Pythagorean tetractys to the ineffable divine name Yahweh, ascribing each of the 4 letters of the Tetragrammaton to a symbolic meaning according to Pythagorean mystical teachings. Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa's popular and influential 3-volume treatise De Occulta Philosophia cites Pythagoras as a religious magi and advances the idea that Pythagoras' mystical numerology operates on a supercelestial level, a religious term used to describe a high heavenly realm used during his time. The Freemasons deliberately modeled their society on the community founded by Pythagoras at Croton. Rosicrucianism used Pythagorean symbolism, as did Robert Flood, 1574 to 1637, who believed his own musical writings to have been inspired by Pythagoras. John Dee was heavily influenced by Pythagorean ideology, particularly the teaching that all things are made of numbers. Adam Weishaupt, founder of the Illuminati, was a strong admirer of Pythagoras, and in his book Pythagoras, 1787, advocated that society should be reformed to be more like Pythagoras' commune at Croton. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart incorporated Masonic and Pythagorean symbolism into his opera The Magic Flute. Sylvain Marechal, in his 6-volume 1799 biography, The Voyages of Pythagoras, declared that all revolutionaries in the time periods are the heirs of Pythagoras. On literature, the last section. Dante Alighieri was fascinated by Pythagorean numerology and bases his descriptions of hell, purgatory, and heaven on Pythagorean numbers. Dante wrote that Pythagoras saw unity as good and plurality as evil, and in Paradiso 15:56-57, he declares 5 and 6, if understood, ray forth from unity. The number 11 and its multiples are found throughout the Divine Comedy, each book of which has 33 cantos, except for the Inferno, which has 34, the first of which serves as a general introduction. Dante describes the 9th and 10th Bolgias in the 8th circle of hell as being 22 miles and 11 miles respectively, which correspond to the fraction 22 divided by 7, which was a Pythagorean approximation of pi. The Transcendentalists read the ancient lives of Pythagoras as guides on how to live a model life.
Henry David Thoreau was impacted by Thomas Taylor's translations of Iamblichus's Life of Pythagoras and Stobaeus' Pythagoric sayings, and his views on nature may have been influenced by the Pythagorean ideas of images corresponding to archetypes. The Pythagorean teaching of Musica Universalis is a recurring theme throughout Thoreau's magnum opus, Walden. So, for those of you that are still around after all of this, thank you for that, but how many of you thought that we were going to start talking about the guy who you know because of right-angled triangles and we'd be ending with the Illuminati? Was that interesting to anybody, or did I really blow it with that? Because this stuff I find fascinating. The preposterous levels to which this guy's influence. And again, like, the thing that's important to remember here, right, is that we have such a hard time being able to distinguish between the actual thought of the individual and people who felt compelled to attribute their discoveries to him. And that tradition goes all the way to people like Isaac Newton still attributing discoveries essentially to Pythagoras. Like, there is just something mental about that. I mean, again, like the man with the golden thigh and all of these things. Like, there's really a little bit of everything in there, I feel. So, while all of the storms of applause come in and everybody talks about how they're going to change their religion, I did promise a little bit of Empedocles. I'm not going to read the whole thing, although it's a considerably shorter entry, but I did want to talk about... I mostly wanted to talk about the fun bits. Okay. I was really looking for the part, like, one thing about him is that he was, like, really well dressed and, you know, was this very big an influential figure as well. According to Aristotle's assertion that he was the father of rhetoric. I think there might even be, so he's definitely responsible for this view of, like, 4 elements that sort of form the kind of the basis of everything. I think it was suggested that, like, I definitely remember bronze sandals. I think it might have even been suggested that he levitated. I wonder if we can find that. Okay. But the death is definitely the most noteworthy part. Oh, actually, this is one thing I did want to point out. This thing I think is very cool. This is actually why classics can be a very fascinating subject, even, you know, many millennia after the original writings. So, writings. According to Diogenes Laertius, Empedocles wrote 2 poems, on nature and the other on purifications, which together comprised 5,000 lines. However, only approximately 550 lines of his poetry survive, quoted in fragments by later ancient sources. In the old editions of Empedocles, about 450 lines were ascribed to On Nature, which outlined his philosophical system and explains not only the nature and history of the universe, including his theory on the 4 classical elements, but also theories on causation, perception, and thought, as well as explanations of terrestrial phenomena and biological processes. The other 100 lines were typically ascribed to his Purifications, which was taken to be a poem about ritual purification, or the poem that contained all his religious and ethical thought, which early editors supposed that it was a poem that offered a mythical account of the world which may nevertheless have been part of Empedocles' philosophical system. However, with the discovery of the Strasbourg papyrus, which contains a large section of On Nature that includes many lines that were formerly attributed to On Purifications, there is now considerable debate about whether the surviving fragments of his teaching should be attributed to 2 separate poems with different subject matter, or whether they may all derive from one poem with 2 titles, or whether one title refers to one part of the whole poem. And so what year do you think that might be? The Strasbourg Empedocles papyrus contained over 50 lines from Empedocles' work On Nature that were not published until 1999. So, if you think about somebody who was writing and thinking a few hundred years, a few hundred years before the birth of Christ, let's say, right? The usual distinction. And the idea that, less than 25 years ago, a discovery was made that kind of upended a bunch of scholarship in terms of where certain writings belonged inside of it. And this, again, I'm not a classicist, but I did actually ask, perhaps somewhat impertinently, of my classics professor, like, how do you answer the challenge that, like in the end, there's not like, you're all just kind of trying to justify your tenure and continuing to just sort of recycle all the old stuff. It's not like Plato's coming up with anything new. He pointed out, like, they're finding new stuff all the time, and that, is studied and tried to find, like, it's in his spot. He actually works on the commentators on Aristotle project, kind of creating these big collections of them. So I think it was Richard Sorabji who started that project, but I believe he is, if he's not leading it, he's at least heavily involved in it. So anyways, Death and Legacy. So unfortunately, it would be nice if it kind of talked a little bit about this very larger than life sort of well-dressed, bronze-sandaled, mystical man. Let's imagine somebody who you might be thinking kind of like Pythagoras. Death and Legacy. According to Aristotle, he died at the age of 60, even though other writers have him living up to the age of 109. Likewise, there are myths concerning his death. A tradition, which is traced back to Heraclides Ponticus, represented him as having been removed from the earth, whereas others had him perishing in the flames of Mount Etna. Diogenes Laertius reports the legend that Empedocles died by throwing himself into Mount Etna in Sicily so that people would believe his body had vanished and that he had turned into an immortal god. The volcano, however, threw back one of his bronze sandals, revealing the deceit. That was definitely the part that I wanted. Although I do see a mention of Lucian, so let's read the rest of this. Another legend maintains that he threw himself into the volcano to prove to his disciples that he was immortal. He believed that he would come back as a god after being consumed by the fire. Lucretius speaks of him with enthusiasm and evidently viewed him as his model. Horace also refers to the death of Empedocles in his work Ars Poetica and admits poets to the right to destroy themselves. In Achairomenippus, a comedic dialogue written by the 2nd century satirist Lucian of Samosata, here he is again, Empedocles' final fate is re-evaluated. Rather than being incinerated in the fires of Mount Etna, he was carried up into the heavens by a volcanic eruption. Although a bit singed by the ordeal, Empedocles survives and continues on his life on the moon, surviving by feeding on dew. Burnet states that Empedocles likely did not die in Sicily, that both the positive stories of Empedocles being taken up to heaven and the negative one of him throwing himself into the volcano could not easily be accepted by ancient writers, as there was no local tradition to contradict them. So, I say throwing yourself into a volcano is definitely committing to the bit. But anyways, I know I lost a few of you. Obviously, the people who we lost during the long dialogue aren't going to come back. But let's at least finish off this turn. I'm sorry for the amount of time, but I did, like, again, there's something about seeing the name Pythagoras and seeing an event like this come up. And I just really feel like that is it is an interesting enough story that it's worth taking the time so that you can understand why, when there are references to figures like this, they hold a certain weight that may not necessarily be obvious if you just kind of say, oh yeah, the triangle guy. So, stories about the strange powers of the scientist Archimedes have reached the court. According to rumors, he has been seen in several locations at once, can speak to creatures in their natural tongues, and is known to make astounding predictions. There is rumbling of dissent among his followers. If Archimedes is seen as a divine figure, what is to keep him from the throne? And again, we have two options here. He says Archimedes stays, but he will be watched. So extra happiness, I become foolish. Or such behavior is either madness or treason. This will cause unhappiness. Archimedes will be unhappy with me. He's imprisoned, excluded from the succession and courtier and so on and so forth. But yeah, I think in this case we'll accept our foolishness in the name of keeping Archimedes developing war machines for us. Okay. I just emptied like half of my tea onto my lap. Let's smash into some people. Couldn't give me one crit, could you? Good. I think that's it for range, though. Yes, I mean this will turn into a the rebels will wind up taking that. Well, actually, we can stop that. It's not my favorite, but like it does allow us to kind of keep the train of reinforcements coming along. The reason I'm doing this with the recovered like the elite marauders here is they only have 2 movements, so it's a little bit better for me to have people like the axe unit moving along the train. Okay. The fact that this thing is a grappler is basically a death sentence. So I would prefer to like not to abandon this ship, but if I move my ship in here and try to damage this ship, it's a pretty obvious move for the AI to do here, right? So this thing's got, oh no, hang on. This might get dicey, but I'm trying to remember where I even had these guys. I think they used to be over in Carthage. Don't have the iron for a lumber mill. Drat. Okay, well, we'll have to settle for that. Start with a mine and then move on from there. Okay, that looks like we're done for the turn. I suppose the good news is we're going to knock down another goal with defeating the Volcay. Actually, we're going to finish a few goals soon. So it looks like they're trying to kill this ship here. Oh, that's not good. I wasn't expecting the extra ships. Yeah, we're dead. That's 2 ships I just lost. Not my finest tactical hour. A master of making money, Queen Consort Tabiba the Builder, your wife, Governor of Hippo Regius, is prosperous. You've completed the goal, bolster our defenses with more walls and a moat. The next steps, just as desired by the Barkid clan, our defenses are now much stronger. It is time to choose the next goal to pursue. Barkids, once again, have the most practical proposal and want us to increase our army further. Magonids believe it is our superior culture that makes the war worth winning in the first place and accordingly wish our cities to be the grandest in the world. The Hananids desire a focus on luxuries to make the people, and they mean their own elders, remain happier during the war, and also to trade these luxuries once we're able. Meanwhile, Didonians make a compelling argument that we can win the war against Rome through superior technology and should concentrate on that. All of these are persuasive. I'm definitely like the idea of training 10 new units. We're at 119 for science output. I think I'm going to go for the train new units, though. Within days of your victory at the Volcay encampment, your units begin succumbing to a mysterious ailment. The general, Hannibal Barca, wishes to abandon the battlefield and return to the capital as quickly as possible, abandoning the spoils. They must do their duty and seize the treasures. 50% chance to become ill, or the health of our soldiers is top priority. I do like a happy general, but we need the money. The path to the mountains is clear. General Hannibal Barca once again displayed his military genius in planning the assault on the Volcay. He sent a small force under his nephew Hanno to outflank the tribes. Hanno's force moved by night and arrived undetected behind the tribal camp, at which point a coordinated attack was launched. Hanno signaled the readiness with the smoke signals and set out against the rear of the Volcay Gallic forces, while General Hannibal Barca attacked with the bulk of his army, using makeshift rafts to transport the heavier troops across the Rhodanus. The timing was perfect, thanks to Hannibal Barca spending days to plan every move in the assault. As his forces attacked head-on, Hanno's troops hit the Volcay from the flank, bringing the battle to a quick and decisive end. Carthaginian troops are still cheering at this brilliant success. After the celebration ends, it will be time to embark on the crossing of the Alps that Hannibal Barca planned for so long. We continue onwards to the mountains. Start of the goal, take Hannibal and his army over the Alps. All right. Oh, actually, the ballista will help. Or maybe not. The big question is whether or not the Roman legions chase me down or not. Okay, I don't think a Kothon is unwelcome here. Mind you, a miner is also kind of tempting. Okay, we'll start miner, Kothon. I don't hate the Midian cavalry here. I'll put them up at the front. Okay, we don't have enough for the axemen. I definitely need the ore. All right. Ah! Screw it, we're buying the iron. Okay. Let's see what horrible things await us. Principio, I'm your son, never seems to keep his word and is known to be deceitful. Hannibal Barca becomes ill. Well, we kind of knew that. Well, you didn't know that was coming, but definitely 50% chance is a pretty strong likelihood. So that's fine because we wanted to heal anyway. And we're just going to keep throwing sharp things at the Romans while we can. A feat for eternity. General Hannibal Barca has crossed the Alps with his army, a military achievement that will be studied for centuries to come. With careful scouting and planning, the army found the safest passes through the mountains so that both men and animals could cross. Some lost their footing during the crossing and met their deaths, but the army as a whole is in better condition than expected. Having descended from the mountains, General Hannibal Barca is now on the Roman doorstep. Rome will surely march out soon to meet our forces. Rumor has it Cornelius Scipio wanted to already be here, but his departure was delayed by the need to recruit more troops and raise funds. This is to our advantage, as General Hannibal Barca has the initiative and can also use the opportunity to bolster his army with some hires from local Gallic tribes, whose Gesara are particularly capable warriors before fighting Rome further. Now we strike Rome. Okay, as cool as this is, I'm not ready to do this yet. Weirdly enough, though, if it comes down to goals, so we can get 4, and then we just need to buy a unit to get a 5th. So the idea of a bronze victory is definitely... Ah, come on! I'm basically ready to do everything but. I mean, one thing we can do is push them off the tile. But presumably they'll just come back and attack us off of that. So yeah, I think I'll leave that. I'll leave that as is. All right. Long journeys for everyone. I guess I have to stay still? Sorry, I am obviously lost in terms of some of my choices here. You know what? Just redo all of that. And what I am going to do is get the elephant to spook these guys. I am kind of wasting Archimedes' unit here. Okay, this is Carthage. We don't have the iron again, so... And I've got 6 citizens, but I don't have any industry to apply them to. I don't like the idea of blowing my monthly income of stone. I do have quite a few civics. Well, if I do civics, I could do a rally for the training. Alternatively, oh, actually, an onager would help me take out these ships. Still, that's 100 stones a lot. You know what? I'm not going to do that. Let's go for the elder officers. All right. Again, I'd love to dedicate these cities towards shipbuilding. Circumstances demand resources. Woodcutter's better. So I'll make a triangle out of quarries here. The rest I think I'm going to be dedicating to mines. Um, this is a nice little non-committal way of getting some extra wood, and then saves me some turns in the future. I definitely need to expand my borders in most of these cases. Okay, yeah, I should have. We've started a goal: defend Iberia against the Roman invaders, and we increased Hannibal's army in Europe to 15 units. Carthaginian expansion has recently been concentrated in Iberia, which is where Rome strikes now. They believe that, with Hannibal Barca on the assault, Iberia is lightly defended and could be an advantageous battlefield for Rome, despite their earlier losses there. Marcus Junius Silanus leads the Roman force in Iberia and has been able to kill several of our patrols and assemble a fighting force in the field. As our own forces gather to ascertain the situation, worse news arrives. The mostly Iberian population of Gades has rebelled, with citizens overrunning the city garrison and killing Carthaginian soldiers before they could understand what was happening. Gades emerged entirely lawless, but only for a short time, as a Roman legion entered the city, all but unopposed, while the local Iberians and Carthaginians were slaughtering one another. We find ourselves fighting on several fronts now, with Iberia just one of the war's theaters. Carthage should defeat Marcus Junius Silanus and his invaders and retake Gades, as losing Iberia would deal a major blow to our hopes of victory against Rome. Rally all available fighters to the area, or seize the next trade shipments and direct them to military needs. Definitely the latter. Okay. What the hell? Oh man. That's devastating. I don't think we come back from this. One more victory like that and we shall be ruined. So there is one possible point of salvation. Hire some axemen. Alright, that's all we can afford right now. Yeah, and we don't have transport. Okay. It kind of sucks to end on this point. I'm gonna try something here. Okay. I think it's probably not a bad idea for us to redirect Hannibal towards the task at hand, or the most pressing task at hand. God, this is such a drag. Slinger is a pretty well. No, the Satari is the shortest time. Oh boy. I gotta find a way to get these guys to Spain. Yeah, you know what? This is dumb. Let's at least start moving that elephant where it needs to be. We're also an hour past the end of the stream, so okay, that doesn't entirely surprise me that they're making their move. If it's the grappling, oh my god, that's still an effective death sentence for that unit. Oh man, there's like no hope for this city. Loss of Carthago Nova. With the capture of Carthago Nova from Roman troops, refugees have begun spilling into the surrounding countryside. Long caravans of frightened Carthaginians seek a place to relocate and rebuild their lives. Sick of... Okay. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Jesus. Jailed spy. Recent assaults on Gades have resulted in crowds of prisoners, few of whom are native Carthaginians. One of these captives is a former Carthaginian military student jailed for suspected spying. We should put her to work supporting our current military campaign. Let's bring her to court to advise. Yeah, we can't get any units where we need them right now. Oh, I guess we don't need to hold these. It doesn't have a counter running down. Okay. I have a few more troops than I thought I did. Let's get another boat. we're clearly devastated as far as iron is concerned, so... Okay. The Punic Phalanx is where we go. Currency reform. A comprehensive currency reform has concluded in Carthage. From now, all minting of Carthaginian shekels shall only occur under the direct supervision of the government and only to standards approved by the government. The coins shall no longer be pure silver, letting us mint more coins than before and bring the currency to regions not yet fully monetized. Each shekel shall, from now on, be worth as much as any other shekel in all transactions. They shall be counted and not weighed. A reformed currency system will make matters involving payment easier throughout Carthage. Whether it is the sale of goods or land, taxation or allowance for the soldiers, the economy will flow better, less will be wasted, and more will be produced as tradesmen can dedicate more of their time to what they do best. Wars are won by those with the strongest economy. A luxurious demand. As our treasuries fill with the finest luxuries, the Hanonid family has come to demand a cut of the wealth. They desire more of our collected pearls, or they will make our job of governing difficult. Give it to them. Okay. So, if I can drop bombs on their moms, that's ideal. I'm almost willing to spend the extra points to, We couldn't kill them anyway, so no point in spending the extra points. I may need them at another point. Another time, rather. Seizing portions of Gades, our soldiers encounter Roman jails full of foreign captives. Once freed, many of these prisoners offer replenishment for our forces on the front lines. Yes! Anything to stem the tide of the Roman advance. We are catastrophically outgunned here. So I want to know what the deal is when it's giving me this, like, so you can remember when I moved the, right, so I want to know what this deal was. Like having a ballista set up like this and getting this preposterous range. I mean, obviously that's neither here nor there, but so I will confess at this point, I think spending some training so that I can rush Hannibal into the main fight. It's expensive, but it's going to make all these guys perform considerably better. All right, let's see how it goes. I'm expecting disaster in Iberia, by the way. I guess the one bit of good news is that if they open up the path, that just gives me a place for Hannibal to break through. Okay, so first of all, the Onaker has to... Okay, so I think 4 damage to the occupying force makes the most sense here. God. Ooh. I'll not complain about a crit. So, I mean, obviously we're losing units, but that's a little bit of a glimmer of hope. I think I'm willing to force march these guys. It's partly just because it implicitly protects Hannibal here. Okay. I don't want to trigger the event that says we're going over the Alps until we're ready to deal with an aggravated Rome. Although I do wonder if I can do something with my scouts. Hang on. Yeah, I think just buying up some Gauls might be the trick. I'm assuming they're going to be rather expensive at this point, yeah. Nope. Okay. More mines. I don't think I can build anything here right now. This is promising. Okay, Leptis Magna, ideally, I mean, I guess the Kothon will do. Let's go Trapper Rancher first. I mean, they're getting pushed back. There's 2 legions left? No, just 1 legion. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're in rough shape. But it's not obvious that we've lost Iberia now, let's say. The Ram of Archimedes. Archimedes asks to address the Carthaginian Senate to present another invention of his. Archimedes has improved on historical Assyrian designs and can now instruct carpenters on how to build a battering ram. It features better weight distribution, making it easier to drag forward despite the ram's greater weight that lets it have better protection than any historical version. If we can spare the resources, building the rams Archimedes designed will surely make it easier for our armies to assault cities. Your armies await your command. Our thousands of stalwart warriors train ceaselessly across the vast lands of our domain and stand ready at all times to bring war to your adversaries. The rasp of steel on whetstones can be heard in every barracks and battlefield as our armies tread across the fields of glory. How shall we use this unprecedented swell of military support? If we are a tyrant, I want to see my enemies grovel before me. You can never have too many soldiers and ships. Oh man, that would have been really good. Or send your generals to gather resources rather than fight. Yeah, I mean... Oh man, Hasdrubal gets mad at me if I do that. Okay. We might be able to pull this off. So, we need 750 iron. Or sorry, 750 wood. Okay, that was already a mistake. This is gonna ruin me. So close. And sadly we can't debase the currency. Jesus, we almost had it. The problem here is that we need the cash as well. So... So, anyways. It sucks, but we gotta live with it. Okay, I would have preferred to use the onager against this unit, but I prefer using the onager full well, actually, this is going to be an extended engagement, so maybe it makes sense to bring the onager up first. Unyielding general, no matter how many times they are attacked, Melek's troops refuse to give ground. His rallying cries mean that troops keep fighting well beyond what would normally be possible. Okay, that's a good start. So, I mean, this is me going into the lions down here. We are going to be able to ruin their day. I'm trying to think if chip damage on the Legion makes more sense, or going for a heavy hit against these guys. I think chipping the Legion. Okay. Not expecting this development. You know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going to give him something to think about. I'm actually going to start going for Carthago Nova. Okay, seems to me like I should be investing in my economy. Again, I'd love to be inventive in terms of the things that I'm building, but desperate times. Hang on. As much as I like the idea of amphibious elephants, I think I can park that. Oh Jesus, I need to unlimber for sure. So I mean, I could be making a mistake with. I think if I cross with a scout, it's. Oh no, nice. Ah! Okay, I am going to. I'm going to start migrating the elephants to somewhere more useful. Any more elephants? I might also bring the spearmen, but let's we'll do it kind of one step at a time. How are we for time? Already 4.5 hours past. What time is it? Past midnight, so I probably should wrap it up reasonably soon. Okay, that had the intended effect. The more I can distract their forces, the better. Notice they're also all clustered up. Court merchants have arrived from Syracuse with an offer of trade. They believe our nations could grow and prosper from improved trade relations. So we give training for iron, which sounds pretty darn good. Spymaster Matan believes that General Hasdrubal Barca and the Barkid family have designs on the throne. However, he cannot prove his suspicions without evidence. He would like to approach several of his agents within the Barkids to gather more information. Let's not sow further distrust. Okay, so the first priority is to throw rocks at the general. Now, it's a little delicate here. So the aim right now is to take out as many units as possible. But I want to make sure that I do so. So what's going to happen as soon as I hit this unit with the elephant, they're going to run. Okay, so that doesn't seal the deal. I don't think anything's going to seal the deal, to be honest. But I am curious, so if I hit him with one of these... Ah, are you serious? It kills him, but I gotta force march it. Alright, well... Costly, but worth it. Probably should have been healing with these guys for a while. These guys are almost a sacrifice at this point, but you can clearly see that we're in a position now to start... we are in a position to sort of start reclaiming our territory again. Thank you. All right. The governor and politicians of Gades crawl before our conquering officers, pleading for their lives. They vow to serve Carthage with every breath left in their bodies. Of course, the actions of these Roman bureaucrats led to the deaths of many brave Carthaginian soldiers. Execute them to set an example. They will serve Carthage now, or leave them be. Nope, execute them to set an example. We don't have any hope of redemption with Rome anyway. Okay, so obviously this has been an absolute nightmare. But it looks like we may be able to reclaim Iberia, which potentially opens things up for the elephants. Let's just make sure all the workers are... So again, war should always be the first priority for these things. Okay. So after that, I'm okay moving the elephants. We have a number of them, so if I can make this happen, it's quite the feather in our cap. We do need to do something about Roman naval power, but... So that's not too surprising that happened. I mean, I don't want to throw away... I definitely don't want to throw away units, but tribal units definitely are a less costly way of losing some of this stuff. Okay, so the question is, do I use the Onager here, or do I move it up onto Carthago Nova? I think in this case we need to wrap up matters with the archer, so... Okay, look, this isn't my favorite choice, but it gets rid of the unit. This sucks, like I don't have anything to do to protect Malacca right now, but... Although I can get a little cheeky with the ships. Get out of here! Okay. I think as much as I want new units, repairing damage has to be a pretty strong priority here. Now, the big question is, can I get... No. So I think I need to focus my navy around here. The fact that I can't make... the fact that I can't move units across the Mediterranean is... it's a huge problem. And the fact that so many of them are elephants, right? Like, that's going to be a big benefit. Okay, so before we go too crazy with this, let's... So anywhere I can, I would love to inconvenience the Roman fleet. That's weird, I've got another slinger. I don't know where they came from. It's really just elephants now? Alright. Feels like such a shame to just leave some... Well, no, sorry, there's other things I can do. Let's assign some governors. Let's try and get friendly with Archimedes. He seems mad at me. No, I don't have the points. Okay. We'll leave it there. Interesting. So it spies an opportunity in Malacca. So upsetting. Workers in one of the capital's quarries have excavated the bones of a gargantuan beast. Some have begun calling this creature a dragon, and they claim that it once walked the earth. Dispatch a scout to search for similar bones. Now send wise men to investigate. Being able to get the phalanx would be rather helpful. What's the range of this thing? Okay, so I think probably taking the time to chase out the enemy unit makes the most sense here. The ship may come back to try and mess with Gades, but you know, we'll just walk back if it comes down to that. I actually think a forced march makes sense here as well, because now we get to take out the last of the Roman invasion. Obviously, there's still some work to do as far as reclaiming the territory, but all right. I really do need to be building more units at this point, but I'm going to get a few goodies. So anything, like the gold is an investment in my ability to, what do we have here? I'll build one. But yeah, this is obviously an investment in my ability to continue making war. And we have a long walk back to the Alps ahead of us anyway. Okay. Rancher makes sense. Hadrumentum. Probably iron still the top priority. Okay. I think this is the point I need to start repairing. Yeah, there's gonna be this weird, like, changing dance partners thing going on, but... Okay... Stonecutter or a ship? We can't build a ship, so stonecutter, I guess. So weirdly enough, I believe this is our bronze victory. Because presumably when we reclaim New... I'm assuming this is New Carthage, just a different name for it. That's 5 goals. It's our choice when we go over the Alps. So that's basically two objectives in our pocket. Now, clearly this scenario has quite a few surprises in store for us. So, yeah, you know, I'm not quite ready to count the whole thing in the bag, but we did better than I was expecting. Scientists in Carthage claim to have discovered a new species of frog in the rivers near the city. These small, colorful creatures are said to thrive in captivity. What shall we do with them? Sell them to the wealthy as exotic pets, send an expedition to learn more about them, or leave the matter to the locals in Carthage. I'm going to go for the science option here just because it's so powerful and it... well, just like science is expensive and what it gets me access to is quite powerful, so... All right. Okay, so the reason why I did it in this order is I do want to move Hannibal and heal. Onager is already on the way back. Okay. Onager is not quite on its way because this is a chance for me to start ruining the ship's day. but it's looking up in Iberia. I may also want to start assigning some generals to these guys at some point. Okay, let's, I've got some things for the elephants to do. I do rather like the idea of elephants crashing into these ships. Okay. A little too much fun there. I should be using my workers more effectively, but... Okay, the Balearic Islands, I pretty much figure they're stuck making boats for the foreseeable future. Again, I really feel like we need to invest in our ability to make war. It's so hard though, right? Because I also want to get 3 more units. Okay, well, I suppose we should have seen that coming. You've completed the goal, defend Iberia against the Roman invaders. Iberia is under control of Carthage once again. Roman soldiers have been defeated and Carthaginian rebels met their retribution. With the western part of our empire secure, we can continue to count on its plentiful resources to boost our economy. When we defeat Rome, Iberia will be a base for our future exploration. The local tribes have shared rumors of more land to the north of Iberia and of people that hail from across the water. Of course, we must subdue the remaining tribes of Iberia. All will swear allegiance to Carthage, but first we will carry on from this victory and defeat Rome. Carthage has proven itself as the master of Iberia. Okay, so wisely they have put some distance between themselves and my ranged items. Come on. Okay, next up, let's take care of some repairs. Alright, this is not my favorite problem to deal with. Let's just get you back on dry land and healing, then we can figure out what to do with you later. We're going to be repairing for a while. This seems like a pretty obvious choice for a mine. Unless, oh damn it, these are quarries. Ugh. So again, I do want to repair this, but right now they're camping the the site of the damage. Do any of these things have grapple? What I'm looking for is basically the opportunity to sneak out and like beat the crap out of this thing without having, you know, these guys rush in and take me out. So, for instance, something like this. But if they do 7 damage each, which I'm pretty sure they do, yeah. Well, 6, 6, 7. So that's 20 damage on an item that can take 20. So I am very much done throwing away ships. Or at least I hope I'm done throwing away ships. It doesn't work for me. It's not my favorite strategy. سبحوا الله في القديسين سبحوه في جلاد قواته سبحوه لأجل جبروته سبحوا نظير كثرات عظماته. Oh yeah, we got to deal with these guys. So this seems to be a no-brainer. Now these guys are on the verge of death, but I guess the question is, what do I do? Like, what do I do to get around that? I'd probably rather have the enemy focus down one unit than have it spread around a whole bunch of others. We probably do want to make our move over the Alps, though. Like, it's really hard to justify what I'm doing right now. How can I not send elephants crashing into a... I hate that I'm spending so much on this, but it's just so much damage in such a beautifully petty way that I need to think about where I'm getting the worker to repair this, though. So let's say after the apprentice officer, we'll have enough time. Okay, not done repairing yet. Influence mission. Recently, you've been thinking about improving relations with General Hannibal Barca. Who knows what benefit such a friendship could bring? An influence mission could help you accomplish this goal. Shall I set out and influence General Hannibal Barca and thus improve his opinion? Yes. Feel the pressure. It's no secret that the Didonians dislike the current law of centralization, going so far as to introduce debate to abandon it every single day in court. Therefore, it is troubling to see the jilted General Hannibal Barca taking up their cause. With Hannibal Barca's help, the Didonians are pushing forcefully to have this law stripped and replaced by one with which they approve. So I will not bow to intimidation, and Hannibal starts plotting against me. Centralization is not worth the trouble. I mean, vassalage is not a terrible one to have right now because of the no extra unit consumption when outside borders. But centralization... So it gives us extra science. No, we'll say it's not worth the trouble. I'm tempted to build another Kothon here because we do have a lot of stone. I think what I'll do is I'll focus on citizens first. Okay, we can't afford the axeman, so let's train a Catrati, because we'll be losing one anyway. Russians are definitely onto us. I mean, I think it's clear at this point we need to make the push. The Hananid family is converted to Carthaginian paganism. Their opinion of you has gone from cautious to friendly. You have sat upon the throne for many years, and your rivals grow anxious to replace you. General Hasdrubal Barca, a longtime critic, gives a speech in the court entitled An End of the Forever King. In his oratory, he scoffs at the ruler's lifetime reign and demands limits on the power of all politicians. Apparently, General Hasdrubal Barca enjoys strong popular support, so we must handle this carefully. So, history teaches us to accept limitations. No one shall prohibit my power, gain a zealot. He'll be sorry for challenging me. Or, nope, ignore his display. Okay, I think I'm going to leave it here. There's a little bit of housekeeping I want to do before I fully turn in. Regrettably, I don't have the range. Nope. Ah, man, there's a few things. So if I buy this Hoplite, it doesn't tell me how many moves it has. Well, see, it says here the movement's base 2. So how do I find the action points? I always thought it was tribes would give us 2, but clearly some of the ones that we bought have 3. Anyways, neither here nor there. I need to figure out what I'm doing with these infuriating Romans. Okay, that's promise. I think at this point, it doesn't really matter. A feat for eternity. Governor Hannibal Barca General Hannibal Barca has crossed the Alps with his army. A military achievement that will be studied for centuries to come. With careful scouting and planning, the army found the safest passages through the mountains so that both men and animals could cross. Some lost their footing during the crossing and met their death, but the army as a whole is in better condition than expected. Having descended from the mountains, General Hannibal Barca is now on the Roman doorstep. Rome will surely march out to meet our forces. Rumor has it that Cornelius Scipio wanted to already be there, but his departure was delayed by the need to recruit more troops and raise funds. This is to our advantage, as General Hannibal Barca has the initiative and can also use the opportunity to bolster his army with some hires from the local Gallic tribes, whose Geisata are particularly capable warriors before fighting Rome further. As this feat convinced even the most skeptical minds in Carthage, the court finally offers additional logistic support to Hannibal Barca. The next goal is clear. General Hannibal Barca will use his unsurpassed tactical skill to annihilate Roman legions, however many they may send, until Rome has no choice but to admit our superiority. I think we should buy some new toys. So some of these are going to be basically cannon fodder. I'm going to sell off some food. I don't exactly like cleaning myself out like this, but... So again, some of this stuff is gonna come and bite me, but I think enough of this is gonna survive that we should be able to sort of push. Like obviously, there's a huge tide that's coming after us here. Any opportunity I had to sort of have the element of surprise is basically gone. So the first thing I want to do is just smash through this. I'm thinking Aritium is the first target. Following that, I mean, part of this is just getting a place where we can heal up my units, and then following that, we sort of see what the next move is. Okay, I did say I was going to be wrapping up, so let's just make sure. Okay, so they're not working on a worker, so I need to move you into position for repairs. Okay, I mean, the rest of it's sort of spoken for. I mean, I've kind of taken the turn at this point, but we will leave it there. But yeah, this is interesting. So, like I said, I was definitely not expecting achieving a bronze victory. So, that's a start. Now, if we think about the remaining goals, so we've got 2 goals that are active. I think training 10 units is achievable. However, we do need to think about specifically how we get there. So Gades is going to give us 1. Malacca is going to give us 2. We do not actually have any more units in the queue, so that's something that I want to reflect on. I mean, I think it's right that I've been investing in the economy, but there's got to be a point where, there's got to be a point at which we say now is the time for fighting. Next up, I will note, so there's the kill 20 Roman units in Italy. So we technically already did 1, but obviously it wasn't counting those numbers. So this unit should be pretty straightforward to take out. I don't think they're going to move from their post. In terms of what's in the immediate area, so I'm going to draw a line about here. The Hestatus and the Legion is, like, this is worrying. And it's specifically worrying because I do not have my superstar generals to come in and fix the problems for me. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're looking at about 7 or 8 for the table stakes. But logistics is such a huge problem here. I've got this long train of troops that they really need to hustle. And then, of course, part of the plan here is going to be figuring out how I can get some kind of a shipping line to. I need to figure out some kind of a way that I can get sort of shipping lines to put units in Iberia. Trying to compete with the Roman Navy is going to be a fool's errand, but yeah, like I said, I was expecting a loss. We're not at a loss yet. But the question is, how far can we go? I wonder, I think it can tell me... 6 goals for a bronze, 8 for a silver, 10 goals for a gold, and all goals for an epic. So I think it's pretty unlikely. Like, I got to assume that, like, epic victory is taking Rome or, like, taking all of Italy. I don't see that happening. Silver... In 80 turns, I feel like a silver might be achievable. Gold would be like a nice... Yeah, you did a good job. This is your first time doing this scenario, and you delivered. Kind of a win. But let's consider that for a future episode. Thank you, everybody. This is actually 2 hours longer than I was expecting. I know part of that was an extended reading of the Pythagoras entry in Wikipedia. This is one thing I really like about Old World. I don't just try to, there's plenty of people. I think we all kind of know people who kind of go out of their way to show off their cleverness or whatever. I don't necessarily like that sort of thing, but I will say that it's a really big deal for me for games like this. I really like that they give me an opportunity to reconnect with some of the earliest experiences I had with the 4X genre, which was becoming interested in history and taking a chance to learn some of this either in school or to read some of it on my own, just out of interest, and an opportunity to be able to share some of that stuff, particularly when it's a chance to show it in a light that's different from how you might normally encounter it. To me, that's something that I really value and I cherish. So thank you all for sticking with me with that. I hope you're enjoying the Carthage campaign. Just as a reminder, this is the last of the Rise of Carthage. Oh, wow. I already have the point. I mean, we'll see it through to the end, obviously, but yeah, this was the default scenario. I don't believe it shipped with the base game, but I believe it was intended as like the introductory scenario, or maybe it did ship with the base. I can't remember. Okay, cool. Sorry, I just saw a whole bunch of emails come in, but I believe those were... Sorry. I saw a big batch of invitations from an email I wasn't familiar with, but now I recognize it. But yeah, so this is what you get with the base game. I am playing a copy of the game which was given from the publisher, and of course because they gave the copy at the on the Steam the day it came out on Steam. This would mean that it also came with Heroes of the Aegean, which, in addition to adding Hatti as a civilization, it included it's a very broad campaign. It goes even further in terms of connecting some of the previous events. But in this case, it starts with the prologue, Battle of Marathon. We got up to Rise of Macedon, but I got obliterated on building a hegemony. So I'll have to give that one a try. I don't know if I'll go straight back into Heroes of the Aegean, or I'll maybe run around and do some of my own things, but definitely I like Old World. So yeah, I'm looking forward to wrapping up the Rise of Carthage, just because that was on my to-do list. But I certainly don't feel that I need to just limit it to Carthage. Okay, I'm going to host Dendrian. I think How Is It Manifested is not taking live requests right now. So I will host... I believe he's playing The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, a small little indie game I'm sure a few of you have heard of. But no, Dendrian is, if you like keeping the stream on for background noise or just, hearing somebody chat or something along those lines, Dendrian is wonderful for that. He's a very easy host for that reason. But also, I just don't always get a chance to, I don't always get a chance to host him. So I did want to host Old World if it was there, but it's not. So I will send you along to his very capable stream. As for my plans this week, I think Dirty Rectangles was last week, so I think on Wednesday I'm going to do either Godless or Phantom Brigade. I feel slightly inclined towards Phantom Brigade for the simple reason that I know people have been wanting it, and there have been Godless updates, which have kind of kept me from streaming it as frequently as possible. But we'll see how I feel. And then Friday I've kind of been back into Cyberpunk, but I'm not married to it. I certainly would be happy to do Age of Wonders, particularly if you like 4X. So as always, feel free to let me know what you might like to see, but that's my plan for the week. Have a lovely evening. Thank you for the extra hours, and we will see you either in a week for Old World or see you in a couple days for the Brace Yourself stuff. Take care.